Welcome to the first ever ACEN RES Recharge Partners Gala.
In this movement, we are building a future that is not only brighter, but also sustainable for our planet and for the future generations.
We are going to continue leading the charge in this renewables revolution. We proudly announced our 2030 vision, which is to reach 20 gigawatts of renewables by 2030. So it's a bold ambition, but I think we've seen before that no matter how bold or aspirational you can get, as long as you put your heart into it, things can happen. We want to serve customers who are like-minded, who have this same passion for sustainability, first in the Philippines, but let's also go outside of the Philippines and build up a leading position in renewables.
It's wonderful to be your partners in this shared vision. Here's to all of us in this mission to renew the earth and recharge our business. Mabuhay, salamat.
Very happy to say that isn't it beautiful to share each other's passion and aspiration as partners. And to that, I'm very thankful to all of you people in this room as we all together build a sustainable future.
So we're here today to show how many companies are already helping preserve the planet while at the same time prospering, while at the same time expanding. Recent years have taught us that economic growth comes with responsibility, and that means also helping preserve the planet.
Our country has a huge potential for renewable energy, solar and wind power, geothermal energy, and even biomass.
ACEN RES and what we stand for, we're a force for nature. We stand for renewable energy. We want to preserve business while preserving the planet for future generations. ACEN stands by you and your business in the future.
May this wonderful and meaningful afternoon be an inspiration and an invitation in joining us in this renewables energy revolution for our country, for our people, and for our planet.
Here's to everybody. Cheers, please. Cheers.
to welcome everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for gracing this afternoon's occasion. So our company, ACEN Corporation, is leading the charge in renewables energy. About a decade ago, it grew significantly and became one of the core value drivers of the Ayala Group.
This is a global initiative, as Eric alluded to. So you've enabled us to be really part of, to contribute to our global objective of being 100% renewable and meeting our 2050 commitments going forward also. We're so grateful for the partnership between our teams, are grateful for the capacity you have given us, and we look forward to even more as we continue to grow our presence in our country. So, mabuhay ang AC Energy, mabuhay ang ACEN.
So thank you, JPMC, for signing up with us and accepting our partnership proposal. And thank you for joining us in supporting our country in nation building. Thank you for enabling the supply of new RE to grow and replace fossil fuels.
Congratulations to everyone involved. It's a fantastic milestone. And I really hope that this is just the start of something bigger, and I know that another potential here and in Cebu and so forth. So this is a great start, especially amidst what is a difficult period in the country and globally in terms of our power and energy situation. So I think it's really an opportune time for us to work collaboratively together.
It's truly a pleasure to be partnering with JP Morgan at this point, and with the entire group. And thank you very much. And here's to all of us and to pushing forth the RE revolution. Thank you. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear partners, a wonderful morning to everyone. Right now, we're celebrating the switch to renewable energy by Ajinomoto Philippines Corporation through ACEN RES.
So ACEN RES is able to provide Ajinomoto with RE, and we hope to be your key partner in your sustainability journey, as well as that of Japanese companies here in the Philippines. Together, we enable lives being well lived. So our goals and worlds intersect: eat well, live well, and long live planet Earth. Thus, we thank you and request that we continue to partner together so that when ACEN builds its RE plants, we have your expansion plans also taken into account.
First of all, thank you for lending us your reputation in the country, for being able to elevate the position of ACEN RES within the entire energy space. This is a very, very meaningful partnership, even just on that point. And again, maraming salamat. Thank you very much.
It is with great honor to be here today to celebrate this partnership. Today marks another milestone in APC's history as we formalize partnership with ACEN Renewable Energy Solutions, or ACEN RES. We will relentlessly foster partnerships with organizations that share the same advocacy and goal, because we believe that by combining our efforts, we are closer to co-creating a greener and more sustainable Philippine society. As we always say it in Ajinomoto, eat well, live well. Maraming salamat po.
In doing business, it is crucial to partner with institutions that are reputable and share the same vision for the future. The corporate values of ACEN RES especially push for sustainability, while Golden ABC's core values include stewardship. We want to be faithful stewards of this planet, and we want to model it to the next generations, inspiring them to also do their part in building a better future for the world.
We had a tour at their distribution center, and we're very fascinated with it. It's very massive. They're already using robotics. Very few in the Philippines were using it. They're now into robotics to be able to ensure that they'll be able to deliver the goods to their customer on a timely manner and to ensure efficiency as well.
We are so impressed and inspired by how the Pen Shop Group keeps up with all the trends in the fashion industry, all while taking good care of their employees' well-being.
Golden ABC has always been conscientious in taking care of the environment. In fact, that's one of our CSR pillars. As the business continues to expand, our power needs for our day-to-day operations grow too. We are in this for the long haul, and switching to renewable energy is a natural choice for us to thrive and serve our customers with the least carbon footprint.
We're just happy and honored to partner with Golden ABC or the Pen Shop Group. It is an obvious innovator in its space. Going renewable obviously adds another dimension on its innovation roadmap. So thank you very much, Golden ABC, for this partnership.
90 years now of being for the greater good. Thank you, AC Health, for choosing ACEN RES. We promise a great partnership.
We now have 3 hospitals that are live: Santa Rosa, or Pasay, actually, Healthcare Cancer Hospital. So the others will switch on to ACEN within the year, so that will complete our rollout. But we look forward to more solutions from ACEN coming our way because we're really very much committed to this. So maraming salamat and thank you for the opportunity.
It's important that you understand the vision and the mission of what we're building because it's so similar to ACEN. I think in both cases, we're trying to disrupt our industries, right? In this case, we're trying to disrupt cancer care, we're trying to disrupt healthcare by providing more accessible and more affordable services, medicine solutions to our fellow Filipinos. So thank you for the partnership. Again, thank you to everyone. Congratulations to all.
You are now part of our journey and you just enable really these new at-scale plants, new solar and wind farms that the country and the world very much badly needs. So appreciate your trust and the partnership. After all, we're all together in fulfilling our parent company's vision of creating businesses that make a difference in people's lives. So thank you so much for the partnership and more power to all.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. ACEN RES Resurgence will be starting shortly. In the meantime, please feel free to take your seats inside the ballroom. So find a place wherever you feel comfortable. Also, enjoy the food served on your tables. Please take a moment to settle in and get comfortable as we prepare to begin. Also, please feel free to use our official hashtag for tonight when posting on your social media. Hashtag ACEN RES. We look forward to a productive and inspiring event. Thank you very much.
welcome to the first ever ACEN RES Recharge Partners Gala.
In this movement, we are building a future that is not only brighter, but also sustainable for our planet and for the future generations.
We are going to continue leading the charge in this renewables revolution. We proudly announced our 2030 vision, which is to reach 20 gigawatts of renewables by 2030. So it's a bold ambition, but I think we've seen before that no matter how bold or aspirational you can get, as long as you put your heart into it, things can happen. We want to serve customers who are like-minded, who have this same passion for sustainability, first in the Philippines, but let's also go outside of the Philippines and build up a leading position in renewables.
It's wonderful to be your partners in this shared vision. Here's to all of us in this mission to renew the earth and recharge our businesses. Mabuhay, salamat.
Very happy to say that isn't it beautiful to share each other's passion and aspiration as partners. And to that, I'm very thankful to all of you people in this room as we all together build a sustainable future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down and kindly take your seats. Our program will begin in a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down and kindly take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Ayala Group brings you its supply retail electricity unit, ACEN RES. When the future seems dark, nature lights the way, leading us to a new revolution. Where we harness renewable energy from the force of the wind and the rays of the sun. To power your dreams, your business, your life. So take charge and ignite change. It's good for you, for them, for a sustainable future. Switch to renewable energy. From the Ayala Group, ACEN RES, a force for nature.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the invocation and the Philippine National Anthem. Almighty God, source of all creation, we converge today with a shared purpose to explore the path towards a progressive and sustainable future. We marvel at the beauty and bounty of the earth, the source of our resources and our very existence. Open our minds so we appreciate the nature that you created and to tap into its bounty according to your will. Grant us the wisdom to develop solutions that will uplift all mankind in a responsible, inclusive way. May everything we do preserve our shared planet for generations to come, create new opportunities for everyone, and be for the greater good. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghang, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nanginigil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walang
You may now be seated.
That we once had. This is the time to bring them back. What were the promises caught on the tips of our tongues? Do we forget or forgive? There's a whole lot of life waiting to believe. And one day we're brave enough. Talk with conviction of the heart.
Is it really over? The echoes just seem to get longer. How did we get here? There was so much love in us, and all I have left is my faith that I can change. I can't watch this burn. I can't watch this burn to the ground. You'd have thought we'd learn. You'd have thought we'd learn by now. I can hear the whole world singing together. I can hear the whole world sing it's now or never. 'Cause it's not too late if we change our ways and connect the dots to our problems. I can hear the whole world sing we're in this together. We're in this together. I can hear the whole world singing together. I can hear the whole world sing, say it's now or never. 'Cause it's not too late if we change our ways and connect the dots to our problems. I can hear the whole world sing we're in this together. We're in this together.
Nagbabago na ang panahon, di na katulad noon. Tunito ng mundo, ang manohoy mabago-bago. Umuulan sa tag-araw, umaaraw sa tag-ulan. Sobrang lamig sa tag-lamig, sobrang init sa tag-init. Ang klima ay nag-iiba, ang daigdig ay huminit na. Kumakapal na ang usok sa papawirin. Hirap na humiga ang daigdig. O Diyos ko, katapusan na nga ba ang mundo? O Diyos ko, saan na kaya magtatago? O Diyos ko, maglalahon na nga ba ang mundo? O Diyos ko, pigilin ang pag-init ng mundo. O Diyos ko, katapusan na nga ba ang mundo? O Diyos ko, saan na kaya magtatago? O Diyos ko, maglalahon na nga ba ang mundo? O Diyos ko, pigilin ang pag-init ng mundo. O Diyos ko.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the ACEN Chorale, Archipelago, Jeff Flores, and El Ada. To help us navigate our way through today's discussion, let us welcome our multi-awarded host, author, and successful entrepreneur, RJ Ledesma.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. One more round of applause, please. What a great way to begin with our event here for ACEN. Again, my name is RJ Ledesma. Truly honored to be your host for today's event. We would like to thank all of our guests who have joined us from near and far for this one-of-a-kind conference that is focused on 3 topics that can help you elevate and future-proof your business. Number 1, renewable energy. Number 2, sustainability. And number 3, green mobility. Today, you will discover how your business can become more efficient to switching to renewable energy supply. But more than that, we will help you discover how walking down the path of sustainability can positively impact all of your businesses and your brand by aligning it with personal aspirations of today's generation of millennials and Gen Zs among our consumers and our employees. Finally, may I just ask, who here dropped by our BYD cars right outside? Can you please raise your hands here? Thank you so much to this table here in the front. I hope you all have a chance to drop by our 2 electric vehicles outside, because we will help you drive your business into the future by exploring how you can leverage electric vehicles into your business operations. Today, we hope that you will all be enlightened, inspired, and entertained, because today is ACEN RES Resurgence. Let's give ACEN one more round of applause, please. Now, before we continue with today's celebration, I have to say that as I was looking out into the audience and I was talking to many friends over here, we're seeing so many great minds, so many great business people over here celebrating and, of course, encouraging the use of sustainable energy. And for myself, as a businessman, it's my motto and my mantra that your network is your net worth. With that, may I kindly invite, can we please switch on the house lights just for a bit? Can we switch on the house lights, if that's okay? Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite you just for a few minutes, if you can kindly stand up. Let's all stand up, please. And let's go around and meet our friends from the other tables. This will be one of the few times we'll get to meet the executives of ACEN and all our different friends. Please take the chance to go around. Don't just take a seat. Please do stand up. Take out your business cards. Let's meet our top executives from ACEN, all of our friends and partners in the renewable energy. I'm sure some of you want to get into the renewable energy. We've got people here telling great stories about their businesses. Please feel free to go around. Let's mingle. Let's network. All those in the back, please feel free to come forward. And as you go around, if you can flash our hashtags to use on the screen for those who want to post about today's ACEN RES Resurgence. And let's give it a minute or so to go around a bit more. And I'm very thankful to ACEN for the opportunity for all of us to gather in one room and all talk about sustainability, renewable energy, and green mobility. What a great initiative by ACEN. And with that, can I kindly invite our guests to continue taking their seats? We can continue with our discussion in just a bit. Thank you so much. One more round of applause, please. ACEN, thank you so much. And let's all take our seats to all of our dear guests. Thank you so much. I'm glad you made some new connections here today, as we are all advocates today of renewable energy, sustainability, and green mobility. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when Ayala Corporation ventured into the energy industry in 2011 with ACEN, it had a very, very clear goal. And that goal was to help address the growing demand for power here in our country. Now, today, beyond growing into one of the core value drivers of the Ayala Group, ACEN has become a significant driver of renewable energy, not just here in the Philippines, but internationally as well. Now, to share with all of us this truly inspiring journey of ACEN and to formally welcome all of us to this event, let's hear it from the man himself, who saw ACEN through from the drawing board all the way to the global stage. Please give a big round of applause to the President and Chief Executive Officer of ACEN Corporation. Please welcome the very hardworking John Eric Francia. Congratulations on this fantastic event.
Do a swap. Thanks so much, RJ, and a very pleasant afternoon to everyone. I'm really, really amazed by the quality and number of partners and friends we have in this event. I believe we expect over 1,000 people, which is quite amazing. Not here in the ballroom, but I believe we are online live streaming and including that in a full packed ballroom. We do have a full packed day, hopefully fast-paced and hopefully enjoyable as well. We're going to intersperse a lot of insights and a lot of entertainment as well as we saw in the opening.
That's it. Pumipito na siya.
I'm delighted that we are joined by our partners, first and foremost, both current long-term partners as well as potential new partners that we have here, our customers, who are also our partners in this remarkable journey. We're also joined by thought leaders, especially on this important topic of sustainability. So we do look forward to hearing their insights on this very important issue of today. We're also fortunate to have our media friends here who managed to already corner me this afternoon. Jaime, Alfonso, I think you're next. And also very, very fortunate to have our affiliates from the Ayala Group. I see familiar faces from BPI, and we'll hear from them later as well. And Ayala Land, of course, Telecom. And of course, the highlight, because of this convergence that we are celebrating today, is with AC Mobility. And this is something that's very exciting and unique. And I'm very appreciative that we have no less than the CEO of AC Mobility, the very dashing Jaime Alfonso Zobel de Ayala. So get ready with your cell phones and selfies later after this show, Jaime. I thought, Jaime, that the two BYDs there were up for something else rather than just viewing. But anyway, you have a couple of hours to think through what to do with the car, how to move that inventory. Anyway, not to put you on the spot. But please do some test drive and check it out. It's great. I have yet to get one, but put me up there in your waiting list. Anyway, I have to keep this brief because we do have a lot of speakers. We jammed it all up, but we need to be fast-paced and quick and insightful. I really just want to focus on three messages tonight. Number one is about the youth. And the point here is the youth is obviously our future. It's our future core customers and employees. And the youth today really cares deeply about the things that matter with our environment, with our community. Because climate change is real, it's urgent, it will impact them first and foremost, and therefore this is top of mind and center of heart for them. And I think we should just really, truly acknowledge that because they are going to be our long-term stakeholders. And Brother Bernie later on, I think will prove this point. A few weeks ago, when we did the signing ceremony with the National Teachers College, I had the privilege of speaking with 15 student leaders after the ceremony for about an hour. It's supposed to be a 10-minute chat. It lasted an hour, I kid you not, precisely talking about these issues. They are so curious and engaged in these topics of environmental and social impact. So I think that's really my first message. This is something that we have to take to heart. Number two, what's the so what? If we are running organizations that strive for excellence and long-term sustainability, these organizations that will last for decades, if not centuries, like the Ayala Corporation, we have no choice but to really embrace sustainability as intrinsically integrated into who we are, into our culture, into how we do things, what we do in terms of our aspirations and values and the day-to-day execution. And the two major forces that are driving change, significant change in the last few decades are forces that we're already contending with, the forces of digitalization. We saw that really ramp up in the 1990s, and we're still seeing the effects of the mobile telephony, the internet, and so forth. And now we're the big thing on AI. I'm sure you're attending a lot of talks and insight sessions on the spirit or the issue of digitalization, how to keep up with the times. Today is less about that, but more about the second major force, which is the imperative of sustainability with decarbonization and the energy transition underpinning or anchoring sustainability. And it is also very young, unlike the communications technology megatrend. Energy transition is relatively young and it's still very early stage. This revolution or this transition is really just unraveling in front of us, just in the last decade or so. ACEN RES, ACEN itself is still very young, and we were regarded as an early mover in the renewable space. AC Mobility is even much younger, right? If you think about renewables, the access to green energy option here in the Philippines was only made available in the last couple of years. If you think about electric vehicles, also the last couple of years, we are in very, very early stage. Renewable penetration in the Philippines is just 22% of the output today. DOE envisions to increase that to 35% by 2030 and 50% by 2040. I will not be surprised if those targets are exceeded. You've seen the transition from horses to cars in the earlier part of the 1900s happen very fast, less than 2 decades. They just shared the road for about a couple of decades, and that's it. How long will renewables share the transmission with fossil fuel plants? How long will combustion engines share the road with e-vehicles? E-vehicles is very, very nascent at this stage. Less than 1% penetration or market share in the Philippines today. Again, I sit on the board of Jaime. We discuss long-term vision, aspirations, market size, and so forth. I am Mr. Optimistic, and I really think I won't be surprised if those numbers that he's presenting or the industry players are expecting are lowballed. We've seen this with telco penetration, with the McKinsey saying in the 90s, telco mobile telephony will penetrate 25% of the population because it's expensive and so forth. Look at us now, 150% penetration. So who knows with electric vehicles? We need to be prepared for this if we are to be striving for excellence in each of our organizations. We need to be fellow trailblazers. Message number 2. Finally, my last message to all of you is we want to be your partners in this transformational journey. We are well equipped to do that as the Ayala Group. ACEN is a pioneer, leader, and we are serious in terms of scaling up renewable energy, both in the Philippines and around the region. AC Mobility is also taking the lead, leading the charge in the EV revolution, not only in terms of providing the best EV cars, but also creating the ecosystem, the whole infrastructure, and also the digital platform that supports all that. The rest of the Ayala Group will also contribute into this whole picture of the energy transition. BPI with the financing needs and support, Globe Telecom, the Ayala land for the infrastructure rollout. Jaime, I don't want to steal your thunder, but Jaime, of course, loves talking about this ecosystem that will be spearheaded by AC Mobility, and we are all in support of that. Of course, it will have to be powered by ACEN Renewables. It's very, very exciting, And we really look forward to celebrating this partnership with you tonight, because after all, we are in this together as trailblazers in this sustainability journey that we're all going through. Thank you so much, and have a pleasant evening.
Eric, thank you so much for inviting all of us here. He's the most hardworking gentleman today. You know why I can say this very confidently? Because today is the birthday of Mr. Eric Francia, and he's working on his birthday. So happy birthday!
Thank you. Thanks so much, Arya. I hope you're enjoying my party.
That's why.
Yeah.
Sige, libre lang yan. Kain lang kayo dyan. Kain lang. Thank you so much for the birthday treat, Mr. Eric Francia. And of course, 3 key messages. We're doing this for the youth. Of course, we're doing this for sustainability as an intrinsic value. And most importantly, we want all of you to be our partners here in ACEN. Now, moving on, as promised, this event is going to be not only inspiring and entertaining, but more importantly, insightful and packed with a lot of information. That's why, as Eric said earlier on, we've packed this whole forum with a lot of thought leaders in sustainability and all its related disciplines in renewable energy and green mobility to help us better understand what it is not, and how it can benefit our businesses. So, our first speaker here today will help us better understand, cut through the hype, cut through the buzzwords, and get to the heart of sustainability and help us unlock its true value. As a sustainability professional, he guides businesses as they navigate an increasingly challenging environment which has been exacerbated by climate change. By taking a more holistic approach, understanding the risk, and discovering the business opportunities, he helps companies future-proof their enterprises while contributing to their financial success. Let us all please welcome here on stage our first speaker kicking off our ACEN Summit, the Climate Change and Sustainability Services Partner and Principal at SGV & Company, Mr. Bonar Laureto. Bonar, welcome to the ACEN Summit.
Thank you so much. It's fantastic to be here. Do you agree? Do you agree? It's fantastic to be here. Yes. Please raise your hand if you think about sustainability every day. Please tap the shoulder of your seatmate and say, why did you not raise your hand? If otherwise they said, then salamat. I think about sustainability when I wake up, and I think about sustainability as I go to sleep. And sometimes my wife complains about it already. And what I say to her is, you know, you married someone who was born on Earth Day. So it's both a destiny and a curse. And therefore, I've spent the past 20 years of my life really thinking and tackling what is sustainability and how do we address the biggest challenges, sustainable development challenges of our time. I've not been successful because sustainability challenges have become worse. But hopefully in the next 20 years, together, we will be successful working together, especially with Eric Francia and all the business leaders here taking the charge. Over the 20 years that I've been supporting businesses in guiding them and taking action, I've realized there are 3 main mindsets that stands in the way of businesses truly harnessing the potential business value of sustainability. And these are the 3 mindsets. A lot of businesses are so single-mindedly focusing on reporting and disclosure. And this takes away a lot of resource that should be allocated to finding innovative solutions, deploying technologies, and addressing these challenges at scale. The thrust towards improving ESG scores, which is very hard to actually relate to financial sustainability, financial performance, has always been a focus of so many companies that I've observed. And this, to me, is founded on the fact that sustainability has always been about managing your pollution, managing your negative impacts to the environment. This focus on impact alone, while it is a great focus over the past 20 years, is missing 2 components. These are risks and how these environment and social factors could actually affect and influence your business model and financial performance. And the more important aspect is the opportunity. Opportunity to deploy new business models, new technologies that addresses decarbonization, but at the same time makes a lot of money. This is where a lot of businesses have failed their sustainability agenda because there's no genuine process and deliberate process of looking into these risks and opportunities. And as a result, companies tend to take small steps. And if we buy one electric vehicle, we are sustainable already. And it is because there's always still a struggle between the cost and the sustainability value. Today, I want to walk you through how do we think about sustainability in a way that meets the hard-nosed thresholds, profitability and risk thresholds of the most hard-nosed business people in the world. Today, I'm going to make a case that sustainability is not about tree hugging the birds and the bees, but it is creating a sustainable and profitable and progressive economy. If we stay the course of a carbon-intensive economy, we stand to lose 96 trillion in the Asia Pacific alone. If we move and deploy capital towards sustainable development, we stand to gain 47 trillion in terms of economic gains. The question for business leaders today is how do we ride that wave of transformation in a way that we contribute to creating the better world, but also becoming profitable in the process. So it's about avoiding the loss and seizing the opportunity. According to EIA, you only have about 1.8 trillion that has already been invested in renewable energy around the world. But we need 4.5 trillion. And you see, these four technologies and solutions could already account for 80% of the emissions required by 2030 to stay within the 1.5 pathway of the Paris Agreement. So how do we unlock these solutions in the context of the Philippines, where still it's quite challenging to meet the profitability and risk thresholds of some companies, including the banks? One of the opportunities is really around carbon markets. Carbon markets provide additional revenue, and we're very, very happy to note that you, Eric, we've had a lot of conversations before around carbon markets. He asked me very difficult questions I couldn't answer. But he now is the most famous guy around transition credits, that is the first in the world. Maybe a round of applause for that. Carbon markets is what could make very difficult and profitability thresholds easier to get through if you have additional income from carbon markets. I'd like to propose 3 simple ways to think about sustainability in the context of transitioning to a more sustainable world. The first one is to think about sustainability in the context of your business model and what are these threats that could potentially make your business model irrelevant, disrupt your business model, or destroy profitability of your, destroy your assets because of certain physical risks. I'm going to speak a little bit about this shortly. But the other interesting aspect is really how companies today have taken advantage of sustainability as a feature of their product to differentiate in the market. I'm going to talk about 3 known case studies, very simple business models, in a way that they've taken sustainability and low carbon feature in the way they go to the market. And finally, we have to really seek out, as business people, we have to seek out where else we can make and generate new revenue streams by deploying new technologies. Let's talk about risk for a moment. This is where we are today. In the past, the extremes, the black swans of the past has already become a new normal, and there's a lot of data that supports that. We are going to experience much more extremes. And this is, on the right side, evidenced by the increase in loss and damage as reported by insurers. And the reason for this is simple. The assets are not built to withstand the extremes. If this is true globally, we can also expect the same scenario in the Philippines. So what do we do? Recognizing that the Philippines alone and not everyone else will stand to lose the most. And we gotta make sure that all the assets that we have distributed around the country can tolerate this level of risk. And we position ourselves not from a loss proposition in the market, but we are positioning ourselves from a resilience value. Beyond physical risk, businesses can get disrupted. We talk about electromobility, and a lot of our suppliers, manufacturing companies, are supplying parts for internal combustion engines. What happens to those radiator suppliers in the event that electric vehicle will emerge very quickly? They will lose their relevance. Therefore, it could actually be an existential threat. Well, others may think, oh, maybe it's not existential threat to us. Maybe those trivial things that we see, for example, increasing, for real estate, increasing demand for net zero office spaces, may present as a struggle for some real estate companies who don't have green building certified office spaces. Now, if you compound that with so many other things that we experience, including the policy on POGO, then it could turn out that all of these combined could substantially impact and materially impact your financial performance. So these are the different ways where not talking and thinking about sustainability can present as a business risk. But there's another exciting perspective that I want to go to. This is about the opportunity. This is from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And they've identified 9 transformational pathways where businesses can create relevance in the transition to low carbon economy and sustainable development, at the same time making their businesses more profitable. I can bet you that whichever sector you're in today, whichever sector you're representing today, you can find at least one alignment into any of these 9 transformational sectors. If you're in plastics, there's opportunity for you to go for product and materials transformation, real estate, living spaces, and so on. So the goal of sustainability is not to really just focus on how much is your water consumption or energy consumption. It is about finding where are the opportunities in the transformation. The numbers has already pointed to the fact that the demand for sustainable low-carbon solutions is going to go up. Even if you look at the conservative Philippine Energy Transition Plan, huge demands or expectations for renewables are to be expected in the next decades. Let me go to how companies today in the Philippines have actually integrated sustainability value into their value proposition. Steel Asia, one of the hardest to decarbonize sector, steel, has invested so much in transitioning their process to electric arc technology that veers away from fossil fuel. Now they have secured partnership with Ayala Land, one of their biggest buyers of rebars, because Ayala Land realizes that 50% of their Scope 3 emission comes from rebars. Buying green steel is a way to decarbonize Ayala Land. And so if you're positioned as a green steel producer, you get the contracts, the large contracts of these large corporations wanting to buy low carbon solutions. DHL, we have a speaker here from my good friend Joan, has just shared that they have a partnership with BPI for providing solutions, logistics solutions to BPI. Why? Because they use 30% blended sustainable aviation fuel in the transportation of their logistics. And that is good for BPI because it is a more decarbonized solution. Let me talk about smaller, much smaller companies like Mober. Mober started in 2015, and in 2015, they used to have a lot of ICE vehicles. They've invested to transition to electric vehicles. Now they have about 300, almost 100% electric vehicle fleet. And now they've been able to secure the biggest brands like IKEA, Nestle, and SM. And you can imagine these trends happening and the secondary market of solutions and services that will come with it. These are business opportunities. Is this something that is only happening here, or is this part of a much larger trend? Well, we don't need to look far. China has set their own zero carbon transition plan. And the government has allocated 10.8 trillion to be invested from 2020 to 2050 in terms of infrastructure to support the investment, enable the investments in EV, green hydrogen, energy efficiency, recycling, and so on. And we know that when technologies are deployed, a doubling of deployment of technology could potentially reduce costs by 20%. And so we're looking at the future where we expect the cost barrier of sustainability could go away pretty soon because of trends like this. So our consciousness around how the world is evolving, how the economy is evolving, and how we adapt to that evolution, to that transition, should be at the within the headspace of business leaders today. This is about carbon markets. Carbon markets has been benefiting a lot of companies and countries around the world. India, US, but look at the Philippines. We have not really taken a bite in that lucrative pie. I can't believe Indonesia, Peru, Turkey, Kenya has beaten us to it. Why? Are they smarter than us? There's a lot of business opportunities, revenue opportunities that could potentially unlock those that are still uncompetitive emerging technologies. With the application of carbon credits, it can become a little bit more interesting and bankable for the country. So how do we institutionalize all of this? How do we make this a deliberate process, not an ad hoc process of every company? Of course, I'd say it starts with the perspective setting, expanding our mindset to focus not only on impact, but also risks and opportunity. But it is the pursuit of answering the question, how do we maximize the business opportunity and make ourselves in that space and well-positioned to seize these business opportunities as the world transitions, without forgetting the pursuit of the question, are we confident to navigate through what we will expect in terms of physical and transition risks that will confront our business model and our assets. And more importantly, these questions, when we talk about impact lens, these questions are normally tackled by the sustainability team and a side function of the CFO and CRO. But these two questions, if you notice, on opportunity and risks, these are questions that every CEO, or CFO are thinking about every day already. Maybe not in the context of the things that I presented, but now we need more and more business leaders to think about these questions and pursue these questions and have a more deliberate, systematic process and set these up for the entire organization. Finally, I've said this before and I want to say it again. We stand to lose the most. We recognize that. We know that. But what we cannot afford is to also miss out on the opportunity of the low carbon transition. Thank you so much.
Again, Bonar, thank you so much for the opportunity to enlighten all of us and better understand how each of our organizations can better build itself with a roadmap lead towards sustainability and better business practices and better business opportunities at the same time. Again, If you need to approach Bonar, where's Bonar here right now? Bonar, just raise your hand. So later on, if our friends from the different partners would like to approach you, Bonar there in the front, just treat him to a glass of wine from outside. Thank you so much, Bonar. Now moving on to find out how the movement towards sustainable practices is affecting businesses and consumers here in the Philippines and the rest of the world, we're moving on to our next speaker. Using knowledge from Kantar's global research, our next speaker will show you how sustainability can become a competitive edge for your businesses and what risks await those who don't act on sustainability. To our dear friends, please welcome here on stage the President of Kantar Philippines, Mr. J.V. Villabroza.
Can you hear me? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, I'm JV. I'm from Kantar. Kantar is actually a marketing and data analytics company. So we have a presence in over 80 markets. And my purpose in the next 15 minutes is to support what Bon mentioned. Essentially, the point is, it's not really about making money versus going sustainable. The thing is about using sustainability to grow your business. And it's about embedding sustainability to drive brand growth. So yeah, a few years back, I have a friend who was ordained a bishop in Papua New Guinea. So I joined the ordination. And one Filipino priest actually shared the story about one of their students. Maybe this student got fed up with school. So he left the classroom and climbed a very tall tree. And they were also worried. And they were pleading with him to go down, but to no avail. Until finally, the priest, in line with his training, he prayed. And then he imparted on the boy his blessing. And suddenly, right on cue, the boy started trekking down. And so later they asked him, so what made you decide to go down? He said, because Father said I should go down, otherwise he will cut off the tree. So this is a typical case of meaningful gesture getting misunderstood and yet delivering the desired result. And the case of sustainability cannot afford to be misinterpreted. And we know already the case of sustainability. Did you know that we already knew about increasing CO2 level starting in 1930? And we had conclusive proof as early as 1960 that the CO2 level in our environment is growing. It's growing systematically. And this was brought about by the killing curve. So it's killing, it's not killing, the LL, no, it's killing. From Charles Daniel, Keeling. So he developed the killing curve, and he concluded that the CO2 level in our environment is growing systematically. It is not random. And imagine that was 1960, and it took us nearly half a century to take action. But we have gotten our acts together. So the goal is to stop the rise, just to set everything straight, so that we can start the fall. And stopping the rise would actually have two milestones. By 2030, we need to achieve 50% less carbon emission. By 2050, to achieve net zero. So essentially, the math of everything is really about reducing the sea through less coal and oil and increasing the O2 by planting more plants and deforestation. So that's our goal. But we cannot stop just there. This is our future that's on the line. This is for my children and my yet unborn grandchildren. So we need a change in mindset. We need to inspire a change in mindset in people, in consumers, and adopt the mindset of regeneration in the way we consume and in the way we deal with each other. And there is now wide recognition that our lives and livelihood is dependent on us respecting nature. So we actually prompted this question: which of the following environmental or social issues are you most concerned about? And we showed respondents, so we also do surveys. We showed respondents the 16 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which is called by the UN the SDGs. So according to the United Nations, the SDG is the blueprint for a better and more sustainable future for all. So it ranges from no poverty, zero hunger, down to peace and justice. The 17th MDG is about partnership that we did not include. So we asked people to choose. Which of the following are you most concerned about? What do you think is the top answer? Let's do a survey. So what do you think is the top answer? Sorry? Climate action, he said. You're better than me. Because when I saw this the first time, I thought the top answer would be no poverty. And he's right. The top answer is actually climate action. So there's actually acceptance among people on the need to go green, on the need for sustainability, on the need to improve the environment. But not just that. The other responses that we got is responsible consumption and production, and good health and well-being. Only in number 4 did we get no poverty. So we wondered, maybe this is because we prompted the 16 Millennium Development, Sustainable Development Goals. So let's ask without prompting anything. So we ask, can you name 3 big issues happening in the world that you think something needs to be done about? And again, the top answer is environment, followed by conflict and poverty and homelessness. So there is now wide acceptance on the need for environmental revolution. So the question is does it make business sense to actually go sustainable? So at Kantar, we actually monitor brands. So part of our work is what we call the Brand Z, where we look at the performance of brands, and those that are at the top per region, we compute for their valuation. So by valuation, I mean the monetary contribution of the brand to the business. Excuse me. So what we saw is, of the top 100 brands globally, they actually contributed 193 billion from the communication of sustainability. In the past decade alone, the endorsement on sustainability has grown by 84%. And corporate reputation, which is very important, is actually driven by sustainability by nearly half. And year-on-year growth of brands rating highest on Brand Z Sustainability Index is 31% versus the average of 23%. So there is cause for business to go the sustainable route because there is money, as this has shown, in sustainability. So are we there yet? Unfortunately, no, we're not yet there. There is this chart we call the value action gap. The values are clear. I need to live clean, environmentally conscious. I need to change my lifestyle. There is agreement. We need to address the environmental degradation and adopt the sustainability lifestyle. That is the value of our customers, consumers. However, only 34% are actively changing their behavior. Why? When we ask, the main reason is limited options available to them to adopt a sustainable lifestyle. Or probably another reason is simply they do not know. Imagine, they don't know. Come to think of it, maybe before attending this conference, probably you also did not know. Because for me, I also had to grapple with that. How do I live my life in a sustainable way? So let's look at the performance of brands across the different sectors. So this is what we call the Sustainability Sector Index. So it's an index. It's like the stock market index. But this time, this is powered by 4 major dimensions. Number 1 is strategy. Second is innovation. Third is activation. And fourth is impact. So strategy is actually about the ability of the corporation to engender trust, that they are taking responsibility for environmental issues. Second dimension is innovation. Innovation is about providing meaningful solutions to the problems that we are facing. Third is activation. The ability to communicate to someone like me who cares about my future and gives guidance to how I should act. And fourth is impact. Transparent in reporting their performance. So this is normalized data with 0 as the average, and the range would be -100 to +100. And as you probably have seen already, -100 went to vaping, e-cigarettes, followed by combustible cigarette. So indeed, smoking does kill. On the positive side would be fresh fruits and vegetables, followed by furniture and home furnishings. So someone asked, why furniture and home furnishings? If you notice, most of our furnitures are adopting the sustainability motive as well. And I'll share a case study later. And then electric vehicles, followed by telecom, coffee, and others. So ACEN is actually an energy provider at number 48. At number 48. So probably ACEN for providing clean living would be somewhere between 48 and 72. So the world is at an inflection point. To be truly future-proof, brands need to respond to the sustainable revolution, to the changing values of society and the marketplace. Those that do will build stronger, more valuable brands. And let's play the video.
At Kantar, we believe in the power of brand.
2 minutes na lang.
How to unlock that power and the growth it delivers is the challenge. Now, for the first time anywhere, we've used advanced analytics to interpret more than 6 billion attitudinal and purchase data points, spanning over 10 years, to produce a unique new framework for marketers. The blueprint for brand growth. Imagine a blueprint that helps you understand how meaningfully different your brand is and how to build on those differences. A blueprint that helps you predispose more people to think positively about your brand. That helps your brand be more present in the right places and attract more buyers. A blueprint that can help you find new space to increase your growth. Discover how Kantar's Blueprint for Brand Growth can help you. Kantar. Shape your brand future.
Okay, so this is the blueprint for brand growth, and my slides just went. Anyway, the main point, the main learning that we got is to move forward in the market, brands need to be meaningfully different. Meaningful is about relevant. Be relevant to your customers by meeting the functional and emotive needs. Difference is about competition. You need to be different from competition, but it's not about absolute difference, but more about relative difference. We have identified 3 growth accelerators: predispose more people, be more present, and find new space. And 3 key behaviors: be consistent in your communication. Do not change your message. Be connected. Exposure and experience are important. The promise and the delivery, they should go together. And be optimized. We now have advanced analytics and testing tools to assess the impact of our marketing initiatives. And this is the case study for BYD. There's a car outside on BYD. But this is not really because this is for the conference, but really because this is a good case study, fusing tech together with green future. And we have a meaningfully different grid. And this grid tells you on the y-axis, different, and on the x-axis, meaningful. And let's look at BYD. Has their journey been simple? Has it been easy for this brand? Because we did this study from 2014 to 2023 in mainland China. And look at the first 4 years. In 2014, 15, 16, 17, they were at the lower end. So the ideal place for a powerful, strong brand is upper right. And for 4 years, they weren't moving. Gradually, they were improving in difference. In 2018, yes, they became more different, but by 2019, they fell back. By 2020, they regained. But by 2021, they crossed the threshold. And 22 sustained that threshold. And by 2023, they actually leapfrogged to a strongly, meaningfully different brand. And we wanted to understand what actually accounts for this. So we looked at the meaningful difference and saw that it tends to correlate with environmentally responsible index. So they're espousing environmentally friendly communication actually helped the brand. And if you look at 2019, when they went down in their difference, they actually are still sustaining on environmentally responsible index, which to some extent is responsible for the sustained growth of the brand in the succeeding years. So this is IKEA. So they introduced Solheta in Canada, which yielded 35% more energy efficient light bulb. And this is where they are. So they actually sustain their strong presence in the meaningfully different quadrant. And this is FEMSA in Coca-Cola in Mexico. So a simple gesture of bringing together people to support the environment through collect and recycle bottle or can by 2030. This simple gesture has actually helped the brand to effectively manage waste. And where did Coke land in the quadrant? So up there. So a while ago, I started with a cross, if you remember. So now I'm ending with another cross. But this time, it's about identifying 4 key pillars. If we decide to go the sustainability route, we need to anchor on strategic framing. Which specific environmental issues is right for our sector? Next is sustainable innovation. And it's not easy to innovate. But we need to come up with meaningful solutions to people's problems. And we should continuously test any initiative that we want to launch into market in terms of products and services. Third is engaging activation, which is communicating to those who are conscious already, those who are woke, and guiding them forward. And finally, measuring impact. Have a baseline measure for assessing the performance of your sustainability initiatives. So that's it. Thank you very much. This is Kantar, and we shape your brand future. Thank you.
Again, thank you so much, Mr. JV Villabrosa. For those who'd like a copy or to get to know more about that one, about their specialized sustained transformation guide, please do approach JV, who will be here together with you in the audience at the same time as the world is at an inflection point and we try to create brands that are meaningfully different and purposeful. We see that sustainability is now a great business proposition that builds business for all of us. So again, JV, thank you so much for enlightening our fellow brands here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, last year, ACEN RES featured 8 companies who shared how their partnership together with ACEN RES contributed to the promotion of renewable energy here in the Philippines. They have lovely, lovely stories that were presented in a video series that inspired other businesses to follow suit and also embrace renewable energy in their own businesses. Indeed, they deserve the title of Enablers of Renewable Energy here in the country. So today, we shall honor these companies with a trophy, which was especially crafted by a sculptor who hails from a family of renowned Filipino artists. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to our screen.
We are inspired by our customers who become partners. Partners in renewable energy, partners in the fight against climate change, partners in preserving the planet for generations to come. To capture the essence of this partnership, we collaborated with an artist, Karen Castrillo Villaseñor, part of a family of artists led by Eduardo Castrillo, whose monumental works in metal we see in public art like Fort Santiago and the People Power Shrine along EDSA, and also in corporate sites like in RCBC in Ayala Avenue. Karen has established herself in her own right, having done numerous shows which showcase her own visual style. While still rooted in the trademark Castrillo language, she has tamed the element, and her works are of strong women with figures that suggest movement and shows the hand of the artist. ACEN RES has worked with Karen to express in metal our partnership. And we think that this trophy for our partners captures the essence of our partnership.
Growing up in a family of artists, Lolo are like my everyday breakfast. I have seen how their art pieces are uniquely handcrafted with masculinity. But with my vision, I create the feminine side. I'm a voice for women. I celebrate femininity and vulnerability. I am honored to collaborate with ACEN RES in this award for its partners in renewable energy, which is part of the greater cause of sustainable development goals, which in turn also has inclusivity. Such a perfect alignment of values. My feminine form, no less strong and determined, is reaching out for the sun, our energy source symbolized by smoldering disk. I suggested flares from the sun with the vectors that encircle the disk. The vectors may also be wind, another renewable energy source.
The curves on both sides are a stylized interpretation of ACEN iconography. It is also a reinterpretation of a laurel wreath that even in ancient times symbolized victory. Using our iconography for a tree, repeating that in a curve to form a stylized laurel wreath, we clearly communicate triumph, which we hope to achieve as advocates of the good. Altogether, with Karen's strong but feminine form and smoldering sun, enveloped by our ACEN laurel wreath, we have a triumphant symbol of ACEN RES and its partners in the fight against climate change. We call this trophy REENA, R-E-E-N-A, which is a name which means rebirth, something we're doing for the energy ecosystem and what we hope for planet Earth. REENA is also an avatar for ACEN, symbol of our values: aspire, believe, collaborate, deliver. The letters of REENA also stand for Renewable Energy Enablers, which all our awardees are. They enable new renewable energy supply to be built, and they enable the movement against climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, ACEN RES is honored to present the REENA Award.
An alignment between the Castrillo family and ACEN, interpreted through the sculpture REENA. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, for our resurgence stage, we have our very first ever ACEN RES REENA awardees. Our first awardee is Pacific Synergy Food and Beverage Corporation.
It's about time that everybody pitch in and try to do something different and try to change where the world is headed.
Receiving the award is their president, Mr. Charles Stuart Lee. Our next awardee is the University of San Carlos, Cebu.
We come together, not just as individual entities, but people who share similar advocacies and aspirations, then I think we can create a greater result and lead us to greater possibilities in the future.
Receiving the award is their Vice President for Administration, Attorney Joanne Largo. Please welcome our third awardee, Yotun Philippines.
Sustainability more as a long-term vision, and that it is also a competitive advantage in the long run.
Receiving the award for Yotun Philippines is their operations manager, Mr. Harold Avestruz. Please welcome our fourth awardee, Golden Harvests Corporation.
Renewable energy is the future when you talk about climate change or environment. This is for everyone, not only for our business, but for the humanity.
Receiving the award is our Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Rishwan Subia. Please welcome our fifth awardee, Glacier Megafridge Incorporated.
For our 25-year sustainability program, we chose a capable partner in ACEN RES. We share the same business values. They completely understand our requirements. I think it's a good feeling that we were able to be part of the nation-building effort.
Receiving the award is their Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Arturo Yan. Our sixth awardee, please welcome on stage, EL Laboratories Incorporated.
ACEN RES. We knew that it was under the Ayala group of companies. And we believe that it's very much aligned with our values, especially the integrity. For us, that's very important.
Receiving the award is their Vice President for Development, Mr. Jose Antonio Bautista Jr. Our seventh awardee, please welcome Seeking J2NS Property Development Incorporated.
Found out that our company is eligible for the Renewable
we shifted directly with ACEN for providing us the renewable energy. Being a company that supports a greener future, that's a good start for our company.
Receiving the award is our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Jeffrey Uy. And rounding out our first ever set of REENA awardees, please welcome Eurotech's RGC Group of Companies.
Two people, my parents, 700 people of Eurotechs, and all those who have helped us along the way to be the enablers of sleep in the country. But it will take all of us to preserve this country and our planet for generations to come.
Receiving the award is their Managing Director, Ms. Pichi Cheng Medina. One more round of applause, please, for all of our first ever REENA awardees. And joining us here on stage, along with our awardees, please welcome ACEN's Chief Operating Officer for Philippine Operations, Mr. Miguel De Jesus. Together with ACEN Director and the Chief Sustainability and Risk Officer of Ayala Corporation, Mr. Jaime Urquijo.
Good
Miguel,
evening, everyone.
offer a few words.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I'm very, very proud to be standing together with our REENA awardees, our first set of REENA awardees. I was proud enough the first time we did this last year. It's an honor to be with all of you again. Thank you so much for enabling not only sustainability in your businesses, but our business as well. Maraming salamat.
Good evening, everyone. Just a massive, massive congratulations. It's just so inspiring to see all the different industries sort of represented here today. Absolutely sort of trendsetters, and we're just so happy to be part of this journey with you. So thank you for the trust and congratulations tonight. So thank you so much.
Again, Miguel and Jaime, thank you so much for your support. May you please invite our awardees to the center stage together with Miguel and Jaime for a photo of our first ever set of REENA awardees. And with that, bravo, palakpakan po ulit. Mabuhay ang ating mga REENA awardees! Again, thank you so much, Miguel, Jaime, and once again, congratulations to all of our ACEN RES REENA awardees. On behalf of ACEN RES, maraming salamat for your partnership in leading the charge for renewables revolution in the country. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move quickly to our next session. Now, being the first and today the largest banks in the country, the Bank of the Philippine Islands has had a first row seat, and it has witnessed businesses as they grow from being startups to an enterprise, and how a balanced scorecard can help future-proof a business. In this current era of sustainability, renewable energy, and electric mobility, BPI shares its insights on what it has seen, what it has learned, and what it has validated from its front row seat vantage point. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome here on stage the Vice President and Head of BPI's Sustainability Office, Ms. Joanne Ayala.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My topic is easy. Money. It's how to make money from sustainability. So I'm Joanne Ayala. I'm representing the Bank of the Philippine Islands, and I was asked to talk about sustainable finance. What works and lessons learned. Okay, so let's move on. This is a slide that I chose for today, and it matches that of Kantar. Look at how temperatures rose from 1880 to 2020. See that exponential rise in the last several decades. Of course, I need not tell you this, that we are heavily impacted by climate change because we are Filipinos. We are favorite of typhoons. The strongest typhoon to ever hit land, remember? Starts with a Y. Exactly, Yolanda, Haiyan in international, its international name. Now, I'd like you to see this because this chart came from NASA itself. So, just emphasizing the point that there is indeed rapid increase in global temperatures. But you are business leaders, so the question is, why do you really need to do sustainability? And how can you make it relevant for your business? One, sorry if there are regulators here, but you have been more and more strict, very specific to industries with penalties. Okay? At first, report or comply, or report or explain, and later on, report or pay. See? The next is there. In the past, global sustainability standards are only part of the ball game of more developed economies. But more and more, perhaps because Filipinos feel climate change even more, it is entering the business strategies of a lot of corporates. So the need to be resilient, the need to be more prepared for environmental hazards have become more and more relevant. Now, because of these, and remember your consumers know these, feel these, there has been change in consumer behavior, as Kantar explained earlier. So all things being equal, if a consumer is to buy, is to choose between two products, that consumer will opt for something sustainable. Now, the thing is, consumers are more and more willing to pay a little bit more to feel good and to say, at least I did this little thing for the environment. So the question is, are you a charitable institution? No, you're not. You are in business. So translating this scenario should result in a boost in the bottom line. Otherwise, let your foundation do it, let your charitable arm do it. No? So I'm here to talk about money. And this is something that BPI has been doing for some time now. So allow me to give you a couple of examples, but first, share with you the sustainability formula that we have. So you know, when people talk about sustainability, they say ESG, always. What is your impact on the environment? Or is the environment getting back at you? You're in the Philippines, remember. Second, as you do business, how do you impact the community where you operate? How compliant are you? Are you at risk of being closed by is your business going to be closed by the regulators because you are not complying? But in BPI, we have a second E. We call it E2. Because the first E is environment. The second E is this, economic benefit. So I'm sharing with you a unique formula that we follow in BPI, where there is a second E in everything that we do. As we help our clients, our question is, what will be your E2? You pursue an ESG initiative, but will you make money? Will you have economic impact? Is there a business case behind it? Because you know what, and I would say this ahead, sometimes people ask me, Joanne, you're talking about profitability in a climate conference, and you know what I'd say? If you do not make money out of your ESG initiative, you'll have to depend on your grants, on donations. Where is sustainability there? Sustainability means you are able to sustain yourself, your own business. So in BPI, we have a parallel vision and mission, other than the core vision and mission of the bank. We aim to be a sustainable and responsible bank. And this means that ESG is incorporated in the way we do business, how we source, how we put our products together, how we serve our customers, and how we put value to our shareholders, give value to our shareholders, which means that we know we are a very big bank in this country. We are contributors, big contributors to the growth of the country. So we know that we have to be careful and always put in front financial inclusion, preservation of the environment, sustainability, and social good. It's kind of tough because we're up there. No? Now, we belong to a conglomerate of companies where SDG is a common word. You know, when we say it's embedded in ourselves, it's in our DNA, I tell you, it's the truth. Now, we have assigned SDGs per company, and BPI is assigned SDG number 8. Decent work and economic growth, because this is the biggest scope now in the economy. But when you ask, why is Ayala like that? Well, there is a guy, okay, there's only one Filipino. When the UN, United Nations, look for a corporate champion in the world, one Filipino got in. Only one. And this guy has been doing sustainability. It was called People, Planet Before Profit then, 1980s. So by 2017, when they chose the champion in the world for a corporate champion in the world, Jaime Zobel Ayala became the only Filipino up there. Now in BPI, modesty aside, we've been introducing a lot of these sustainability initiatives. Well, if you have a champion at the top, if you have a chairman who's like that, what happens to the rest of the organization, right? So we have what we call the Sustainable Development Finance Program, which is the first in the country, first among Philippine banks. We have the first energy transition mechanism, of course, in partnership with ACEN. So we're the first bank to have funded, yes, thank you, Eric, no, the first project to shorten the life of a coal plant. Digital platforms I'll talk about later. First bank to commit with a time, with a deadline. No? It's a time-bound commitment to coal, to phase out coal. And then look at this era. We check for climate exposure, flooding, earthquake movements and volcanic eruptions before we help our clients fund their projects. So we check them for these risks. And I'll tell you later a free system that you can use to do that. In terms of raising money, the first ever green bond to have a negative yield, meaning the investor stands to lose money, but they gave it to BPI. First negative yielding green bond in Southeast Asia is again BPI. First to fund SMEs for their problems with COVID, again BPI. But this set is what you can take note of. We mandate our employees to have a portion, 10% of their KRA, performance rating, which impacts their salaries. They need to have at least 10% minimum allocated to sustainability. But of course, we give them training courses to make sure everybody understands, because we're 21,000 people. Now we also have 16 branches that are EDGE certified. You'll see them later. And thank you, ACEN, for providing renewable energy to BPI. Our three high-rise buildings are now 100% renewable energy. Next, this is the system. Maybe you can take a photo of it, because if you haven't used this yet, you're missing out. Now, this is a free system where you can actually check if the location of your house or your business is exposed to climate risks, flooding, or earthquake risks, fault lines, or volcanic eruption. And we do this to all our clients, even our employees, our ATMs, and our CAMs. Digital platforms. No? Sometimes people ask me, why are you talking about that? You're talking about sustainability, but think again. Digitalization allows us to reduce carbon footprint because of going paperless. It lessens transportation. It shortens the turnaround time because it increases efficiency and security. And then, more importantly, it allows us to do this. Help, especially the Filipinos in the countryside, those which are underserved. It is through technology. So there are three big types of projects that we actually help finance. From those which lessen electricity use, those that tap renewable energy, think of solar, hydro, geo, wind, and also green buildings. But you'll see a couple of examples later anyway. What I want to emphasize here is that there is a unique offer that BPI gives its clients. Free, again, their favorite word, free technical consultations. So what we do is that we, as we fund these projects under our Sustainable Development Finance Program, we tell the clients, you have to be technically, your project has to be technically feasible and financially viable. So we will give you for free the technical consultants. And the clients are so happy and then say, don't think we do this out of the kindness of our hearts alone. Remember, we are your tenders. We need you to make money. We need your sustainability projects to make money because at the end of the day, you need to pay us too. I mean, in all honesty, we also have an E2 in this. So just a couple of examples here. This client, he found out from us that his building, this is Everbilena. Mr. C said, intensity 8, I am exposed to intensity 8. I want to be ready for intensity 9. My family is going to be here, the rest of my clan, my employees. So he partnered with Bridgestone Tires, changed the regular rollers that you put under a high-rise building. This is 19 stories. The rubber rollers can now allow him not to feel only 20% of the earthquake that will impact him and save 20 to 30% of steel. Okay, next client, I'll just go through this quickly. This is solar on the ground in Tablas, Romblon, 43,000 households served, 7.5 megawatt peak. Solar setup. This is Arthaland right across Shangri-La, Taguig. This guy has been marked the first zero carbon green building because his savings in electricity for over 40% because of following IFC EDGE standards. Same thing with this guy from Cebu, 38 stories. Again, we gave him free technical consultations and he's saving more than 20% electricity, 20% in water, and 20% in materials. That's the requirement of IFC EDGE Green Building Certification. But you'd say, but Joanne, that's a very huge project. Now, how about us? We're SMEs here. No? In truth, BPI also has several, let me go there, branches already doing or achieving the green building standards. So think of how small the BPI branch is. We were able to meet those green building standards. Now, this client, let's talk money. Okay, this is important. 2 billion project. This is a biomass facility in Nueva Ecija. Cost of the project, 2 billion. But you see how much every year this client saves, no? So in less than 3 years, 714 million saved per year. Payback, those who are CFOs here, payback less than 3 years. Then the next slide, 62 million solar on the roof. His second project, solar on the roof. So his investment is only 62 million. Savings per year, 23 million. I couldn't believe this one. Normally, payback for solar now is between 5 to 7 years. This guy is going to do it in less than 3 years. Of course, one of those top performers because he has already a solar on the roof setup. Okay. So, just to do a little bit of yabang. So what happens normally to a bank is you receive 2 to 3 sustainability awards every year. We won 14 last year, 10 before then, and we are doing it 11 year to date. And then that's just me. I'll go back to this formula, which I hope to leave with you. Remember, as you do an ESG initiative, make sure that you're going to have financial gains, economic gains out of that initiative, and make it part of core business, not just charity. So our last message is, it is not enough that you turn your business green. You have to make gold. You get it? You have to make money out of doing sustainability because it is only then that you achieve true sustainability. Profitability is needed to achieve real sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Joanne Ayala. Again, she posed the question to all of us, what is the E2? What is the economic benefit of working together with them in your own business. And hopefully, I personally am very enlightened to hear that if we work together with BPI, they focus on businesses that support sustainability efforts. Again, thank you so much on behalf of the MSEs also listening to this presentation here today. Now, as the global energy landscape is in flux due to climate concerns and volatile prices, businesses need to adapt and plan for the next phase. And our next speaker will explain why businesses need to decarbonize, adopt sustainability, and take the fastest way to achieving a net zero emission through a globally proven approach. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next speaker here on stage, the Sustainability Director of Schneider Sustainability School. We have Ms. Anha de Foucault. Please give her a round of applause.
So thank you very much. I wish you good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to start with a word of appreciation to ACEN RES for associating me to this event today. It's been 2 years since the last time I've been here in Manila, and I'm always impressed by the energy that I meet in the audience here. So as a sustainability specialist, this is the only energy I don't want to save. So, Schneider Electric, you might have heard, has been awarded as the most sustainable company for 2024 by Time Magazine and Statista. This accolade is not only recognizing our efforts to reduce emissions in our operations, but also by aiding our ecosystem of suppliers, of partners, and end users, and backing them in our journey. For that, we have developed Schneider Electric Sustainability School. This is our platform where we share educational material around sustainability, energy efficiency, and resources management in order to create an ecosystem well-versed in sustainability and equipped with information that they can apply in their professional and personal lives. So I'm very proud to be representing Schneider Electric Sustainability School today and to share about what we have defined as a metric under the Green Impact Gap. So today I will cover 3 topics. The first one is the definition of the Green Impact Gap and what is at stake for the Philippines. Second, I will share some effective strategies in order to bridge this gap. And lastly, I will share use cases of implementation that have effective impact to reduce carbon emissions. So let's explore together how we can collectively advance toward a more sustainable future. So when talking about sustainability, it can be a little bit overwhelming. It can raise anxiety because it's so complex. So I would like to start with the good news. First, on the government side, as of this year, about 80 governments representing 90% of global CO2 emissions have done net zero pledge, backed with strong sustainable commitment. And we hope that the Philippines will follow this trend. Second good news is coming from the corporate side, because strong sustainability commitment under the science-based target initiatives have doubled year on year, from a couple of hundred in 2018 to 4,500 companies today. So there is a lot of positive in those commitments. However, commitment means nothing without action. And where do we stand today in terms of results? Actually, last year, we measured that only 12% of the Fortune 500 companies had managed to reach their commitment. We wanted to understand why such a gap between intention and action. So we commissioned a study, an independent survey provided by Milieu Insight, an end-to-end research market online survey, which surveyed about 4,500 leaders across 9 countries in Asia Pacific. And I will share the results for Philippines here. What we find out is that in the Philippines, we are observing only 15% of business leaders who had begun to explore decarbonization options. And about a third are doing energy audit already. So there is a lot of space for improvement. When we talk about the green impact gap, it means the difference between the observed intention and the importance that the business leaders provide to sustainability goals and the real implementation of actions through strong sustainability roadmap and implementation. In the Philippines, this gap lies at 49%. If we zoom in, although the business leaders are acknowledging the high importance of sustainability targets as a driver for them, we note that only half of the sustainability goals are long-term, and the other half are long-term, less than 4 years. When we are talking about sustainability, the road to net zero is not under 4 years. It has to be in the long term. Lastly, as it was highlighted in the opening notes by Mr. Francia, digitalization is recognized as the key driver to accelerate sustainability adoption. So we asked the company, what were the challenges that were preventing them to implement sustainability action on the ground? The answer is here. First, the budget, how to fund the initiatives. And actually, those initiatives are often self-funded with a surprisingly fast return on investment. Second comes on the technology. Are the technology available? Some of the leaders might take some commitment without knowing that those solutions already exist and what are the resources to implement them, internally or externally. Third is regarding stakeholder engagement, reaching alignment from the board to the down level in order to join forces together and reconcile those actions in a long-term plan. Lastly, a local challenge is on the local implementation, finding the right partner to deliver the solutions. So how can companies overcome those challenges? At Schneider Electric, we are lucky enough to work with about half of the Fortune 500 companies. So we asked those companies who are the best in class in delivering their sustainability journey, how do they do? And the answer is that they are following an integrated 3-step method, from strategy settings to execution to deliver results in alignment with their climate target. The trifecta is around strategize, digitalize, and decarbonize. I will come to more details about each of those steps. First, talking about the strategization. It comes to understand where we are standing today by measuring the enterprise baseline. What are the related emissions related to energy and resources consumption? Second is to know where we want to go by building a strong decarbonization roadmap in alignment with the global 1.5 degree trajectory. This needs to also implement intermediate milestones to be able to deliver along the way. Then it's how are we going to deliver? Through a governance, through a strategy, and with the related budget to enable these actions to happen. Lastly, who do we want to embark in this journey? And these are the internal stakeholder as well as external communication, embarking also, when we are talking about the money, the investors by reporting under international standards. Digitalization is about monitoring real-time the greenhouse emission. And it's only from this measurement that we can implement measurable actions. And from there, report on the progress and benchmark where we stand against competitors. Then comes the decarbonization, which is a combination of greening the supply by migrating from fossil fuel to renewable energy, reduction with energy efficiency actions, digitalization, automation, and lastly, electrification, with giving you the example of e-mobility today. When we drive our combustion engine vehicle, we are creating a demand for fossil fuel. So that's very simple. You migrate to EV and you create a space to integrate green electron in your mobility. This is the same for heating. This is the same for cooling or for industrial processes. And lastly, it's about embarking the whole value chain along with circularity, eco-design, and suppliers' decarbonization. So when we asked the companies what was coming first in their sustainability journey, the immediate response is greening the supply, scope 1 and 2. Half of the respondents put it as a priority. Then, driven by the rise of the electricity cost and maybe an energy shortage, some are looking at energy efficiency measures and embarking their scope 3 emissions. But lastly, when we are talking about the entire decarbonization roadmap, we have to consider also the electrification. And this is only for about 30% of those companies that consider it as a priority. So now let me share about some use cases, how having this integrated approach can convert into saving. So I will share here more about smart buildings that now need to be more resilient, more sustainable, more flexible to adapt to the changing environment of their users and businesses. By integrating new electricity supply, but also working on the demand, reducing their consumption and digitalizing their activities, then the smart buildings can save up to 40% of their energy with existing solutions, and this can convert to up to 77% of CO2 reduction. To finish, I would like to share a case study here in Manila for a commercial building which welcomes daily about 300 employees and is operating 24/7. This building is looking at improving its operational performance, improving its energy efficiency, and ultimately cut costs in a sustainable way. The solution was implemented was to look first on the demand, how to gain low-hanging fruit. And the solutions implemented were power meter, say smart meter, which enabled them to track real-time the energy usage, energy management platform to make smart decisions around energy, and the last one, an environmental and social governance platform in order to convert the savings into greenhouse gas emissions saved and align with their long-term roadmap, sustainability roadmap. The benefits which were observed were a better monitoring of critical systems with real-time monitoring of operations, energy savings, which converted into cost cutting. So the system was implemented in 2023, and as of April 2024, the measured outcomes were compelling, both financially and environmentally. In terms of savings, it's about 3.5 megawatt-hour per month saved for the building, which represents an average reduction of 16%. In terms of savings, it represents about 31,000 pesos per month, which enable a swift return on investment of less than 2 years compared to the initial cost. Lastly, the environmental impact to align with their climate strategy is about 2.14 tons of CO2 saved on a monthly basis. So if you want to compare to an order of magnitude, annually, it's about 60 return flights between New York and London. So as a conclusion, I would like to say that this green impact gap is a reality, but we have the solutions to overcome it. The question is there a collective will to do so? I think the answer is yes. And that's why we need to strategize, digitalize, and decarbonize, and the moment is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anna, for reminding us that to address the green impact gap, the moment, the time is now to strategize, digitalize, and decarbonize. Again, thank you so much, Ms. Anna, for joining us for our ACEN Summit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, and earlier you got to see it for yourselves, music has long been a powerful tool for social change. Our musical repertoire here tonight is a tapestry of meaningful lyrics and melody that speak of the environment, of nature, and our mission to preserve it. Now, for those who are familiar with the songs that we began with, our opening number had a song by Noel Cabangon on climate change. And for those of us who grew up in the 80s, we know Kenny Loggins' song, Conviction of the Heart. That was actually the anthem of Al Gore's documentary on climate change, which was An Inconvenient Truth. Artists have long used their voices to raise awareness and inspire action on critical issues. As we ask for a big change to address climate change and strive for a truly sustainable future, may the power of music move us and empower all of us to preserve our wonderful world, our very own Paraiso. With that, please welcome here on stage the 5-time Awit awardee, Acapelago, together with theater actor and singer Jeff Flores.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Smoke that screens the air, the grass that's never there. And if I could see a single bird, what a joy. I'd try to write some words and create a single song to be heard by the rest of the world. I live in this land called Paraiso, cardboard floors and walls. I learned to be free in Paraiso, free to play anything I see. Thanks for the call. And if fancy exams were all I wanna join, I'd never fight to take someone else's voice and live with me like a rest for the cause. Paraíso,
Help me make a stand.
Paraíso,
Take me by the hand.
Paraíso.
Make the world understand that if I could see a single bird for the joy, the times of hungry land could expect some truth and hope and respect from the rest.
That if I could see a single bird, what a joy. This time and hungry land could expect some truth and hope and respect from the rest of the world. Paraíso. Let's put the day aside and peaceful thoughts arise. May your dreams be sweet tonight. The kisses on your cheek and wings upon your feet. Oh, chase the moon across the sky. Close your eyes. Say goodnight to the sky and the fun. Taste on. Say goodnight, sail away, little one. My little one, I know heaven can feel you're not far away. Tomorrow brings another day.
One more thing to say before you dream away. Let it be reality. Oh, a miracle. You show the world a story filled with life. All the world is waiting for a miracle that's visible, but you can see in all the children's miracles that show the world a story filled with life. All the world is waiting for a miracle that's visible, but you can see in all the children's eyes. Sing a song, a children's song, a story all alive. All the world is waiting for a miracle that's visible, but you can see in all the children's eyes.
And once again, one more round of applause, please, Jeff Flores and Acapelago. Thank you so much, guys, for keeping us aware and entertained here this evening at our summit. Earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, we listened to our good friends, our experts from SGV, from Kantar Philippines and BPI, as they shared their insights on sustainability, renewable energy, and of course, green mobility and how it impacted their businesses. Now let's switch gears to learn about and be inspired by the experiences of companies just like your own, who have taken their own steps towards a sustainability journey, and also how it impacted their bottom line and led to a balanced scorecard of people, planet, and profit. The first company to share their best practices is, all the way from Cebu, Golden ABC, the powerhouse behind fashion brands like Pen Shop and Memo and Regatta and Oxygen, and Formi and their newest brand, Boku. The company will share its inspiring story and reveal how it achieved remarkable growth while pioneering efficiency and, most importantly, people centricity. Golden ABC embraced diversity and sustainability long before this actually became mainstream. Be inspired by the company's success story, leveraging technology for efficient growth, fostering a diverse and truly inclusive workplace, and integrating sustainability and environmental responsibility into its fashion empire. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch this video by the Vice President of Strategy and Operations of Golden ABC, my good friend, Mr. Brian Liu. Please watch this.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Golden ABC, or the Pen Shop Group, I would like to extend our gratitude to the ACEN RES team for inviting us to today's event. We are honored to be recognized as a resource under the banner Achieving Growth While Nurturing People and the Planet. While this sounds like a lofty ideal, I am proud to say that this is a reality for us as a company. With this, allow me to use the time I've been given this afternoon to share how we've made this ideal a reality. Golden ABC is part of the LH Paragon Group of companies, a 60-year-old enterprise comprised of 6 companies that encompass several industries. Despite serving varied customers and each company having their own fields of expertise, each company is guided by the group's thrust of entrepreneurship and stewardship. For us, it is essential not just to have sound business practices, but to also take care of the resources that have been entrusted to us. Golden ABC in itself is a distinct group of retail brands within the LH Paragon Group. And because of this, its needs and the values we espouse are also differentiated. While our vision is to build brands for the world, we identified stewardship as being a value essential to us to achieve this vision. Long before sustainability had become the buzzword that it is, we, as a company, had been mindful of our duty to take care of the planet. As our brands and consecutively their platforms began to grow, we realized the impact we had on the people we employed and the communities that had enabled our growth. And so, we asked ourselves, how can we ensure we continue to grow ethically and sustainably? The answer seemed simple enough. We realized that the better we perform as a company, the more good that we can do. Apart from keeping compliant with policies and regulations required of retailers, our chairman and CEO, Bernie Liu, wanted employees to recognize the impact of their work and the social responsibility this entailed. And so, our corporate social responsibility program, Get Up, was formed. The name in itself serves as a prompt. It begs the question, what do you get up for? And perhaps this encapsulates how we designed our CSR programs. We wanted CSR to be a vehicle of empowerment for employees. We wanted them to identify the ways in which they can be faithful stewards of this planet given the resources we had been given. As our impact grew over the years, we slowly solidified the pillars that comprise our CSR program, namely education, arts and culture, community building, and most importantly, environment. Over the years, we partnered with schools and communities, sponsored, led, and partnered with organizations that would enable us to participate in coastal cleanups, tree planting, and ecosystem rehabilitation. We've participated in the construction of housing projects, to name a few of the programs we've done. But beyond all this, we've begun to institutionalize some ways of working to ensure we take on a programmatic and long-term view of sustainability. Today, we're bigger than we've ever been, and our impact should be commensurate to the size of our business. To date, we've identified 3 key focus areas for sustainability. First is that we have implemented programs that ensure we lessen what goes into landfills. Back in 2020, we launched our Bundle of Cheers program, which seeks to prevent excess merchandise from destruction and going to landfills. Instead, we distribute unused and unsold garments to employees, encouraging them to donate these to a beneficiary of their choice. Moreover, we've begun experimenting with using upcycled materials for the production of clothes. Our women's wear brand, Formi, for example, had ventured into the use of natural fabrics, such as linen and lyocell, which are eco-friendly and biodegradable for its reform collection. Prior to this, we used the waste gathered at our coastal cleanups to develop merchandise for the communities and coastal areas to resell as livelihood. Second, while we acknowledge that we have a long way to go in further improving our operations, we've begun with small steps we can already take to implement more sustainable practices in our retail operations. For one, all our brands use non-laminated paper bags, making them biodegradable. The prints on the bags are also purely soy ink based, ensuring safety not just for the environment, but for the customers that purchase from us too. Soy ink also degrades 4 times faster than petroleum-based inks. Moreover, our flagship brand, Pen Shop, already uses self-destructing plastic packaging for 40% of garments ordered online. We aim to make this the norm in the next few years by bumping up that figure to a full 100%, not just for Pen Shop, but all our other brands as well. Lastly, and perhaps what we are most proud of, are the efforts we have undertaken as a brand to make our facilities more sustainable, with last year serving as a milestone year for us to achieve this. Among the key highlights are, number 1, GABC 1155, our head office, which houses nearly 1,000 employees, has switched to 100% renewable energy in partnership with ACEN RES. In 2 years, we will be eliminating 2,500 metric tons of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gases, which is as good as getting about 550 cars off the road in a year. On top of this, we've also recently conducted the groundbreaking of a new solar-powered facility that is set to open in a few years. Number 2, we have also committed to conserving 1 million gallons worth of water by converting to recycled water for flushing. Our head office and distribution center are equipped with a rainwater catching system that converts the collected water for flush use in toilets throughout the buildings. Number 3, we've migrated to an inverter air conditioning system for our Manila and Cebu offices, as well as our distribution center, given that this is more energy efficient compared to conventional air conditioning systems. Inverter systems can adjust the compressor's speed and power consumption according to the cooling demand, reducing energy wastage. This also results in lower greenhouse gases, gas emissions, and a significantly smaller carbon footprint. Number 4, together with Plastic Credit Exchange, we are committed to ensuring 80% recovery of plastic waste we've generated by December 2028. We don't claim to be experts at all, but we are proud to identify ourselves as a learning organization, one that is constantly applying new knowledge and practices to the way we do business. And sustainability is one way we are able to apply such a way of operating. Many times, people think that sustainability has no place in an industry like fashion retail. But we think of ourselves as unconventional in that sense. As the pace and demands for the industry continue to grow and intensify, so does our knowledge and learning around better business practices, and in effect, our resolve to contribute more to the safeguarding of the planet. At the end of the day, we believe that our purpose is greater than the economic profits we generate, and we hope that our work will continue to make meaningful contributions to creating a better Philippines and a better world for all of humanity. Once again, thank you very much, everyone, and a blessed afternoon to all.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Brian Liu. Truly a great story. As you can see, he's a second generation of the Liu family, and mostly the second generations, the millennials, are more aware of the importance of developing more sustainable practices in their business and seeing the importance of purpose over profit. A lot of the planet-conscious mindset are among the millennials, down to the Gen Zs, and this is usually cast and molded in academic institutions like that of our next speaker. De La Salle University stands out as one of the Philippines' leading universities in achieving multiple UN Sustainable Development Goals, according to the 2024 Times Higher Education University Impact Ranking. Now, this recognition is very important because it reflects DLSU's commitment to shaping future leaders who embrace sustainability through academic excellence, research, and community engagement. to tell us more about DLSU's whole of university approach towards sustainability and how we can gain valuable insights that can inspire our businesses or our educational institutions to achieve similar successes in sustainability. Please welcome on stage the President of Salle University, Brother Bernie Oka, FSC.
Maraming salamat, RJ. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Hayaan niyo po akong magsalita sa wikang Pilipino sapagkat ngayon ay buwan ng Agosto at ang Agosto ay buwan ng wika. Mahalaga sa atin na matutunan ang ating sariling wika sapagkat tayo'y gusto mag-communicate sa mga taong tinatamaan talaga ng problema ng environment. Yun ang mga mahihirap at saka ang kabataan. At kung hindi nila tayo naiintindihan, paano sila matututo? Ang Salle, sa baka alam ng marami sa inyo, ang aming kulay, ang mga kulay ay green and white, luntian at puti. At kasi yan ang aming kulay, gusto ko talagang mabuhay ang Salle at makilalang Green University. Lampas na ng 40 taon nung aking predecessor na si Brother Andrew Gonzales, ang nagbukas ng unang research center sa De La Salle na tinatawag namin Social Development Research Center. At ito yung mga huling taon na ng batas militar. At nagbukas rin siya ng Center for Social Concern and Action. Dito pinag-usapan ang lahat at nagdialogo, diskusyon at gumawa ng mga activities para malaman talaga ang kahulugan, ang tunay na kahulugan ng pag-unlad or development. Nung dumating na ang 200s at ang Millennial Development Goals ay nabigay na sa atin ng United Nations, 20 taon na kami gumagawa ng mga activities, conferences, research on social development and sustainable goals. Ang mahalaga ay at nag-umpisa rin kami ng isang maliit na opisina na Office for Sustainability. At ang ginagawa ng maliit na opisina na yun in 2011, ang benchmarking with international higher education institutions, mapping out a sustainability plan for the university at an environmental policy. Noong 2015, mahalagang taon ito sapagkat si Pope Francis ay nagsulat ng encyclical na Laudato Si. At bilang isang katolikong pamantasan, talagang isinagawa namin ang lahat ng gusto niya namin gawin. At ang aming vision mission statement, binago namin, gawa nitong encyclical at dinagdag ang attuned to a sustainable earth. At alam natin pag korporasyon, organisasyon, or kumpanya, ang vision mission na nagbibigay sa atin ng saan tayo pupunta at anong ating gagawin. Sa kasalukuyan, ang ginagawa ng DLSU ang tinatawag namin whole of university approach. Ano bang ang kahulugan nito? Ito ay ang integration of the mga katangian o talagang gawain ng isang pamantasan, which is teaching and learning, research, community engagement, pero sinasali namin ito sa mga iba't ibang mga operations and units doon sa aming university. Para gawing simple lang at maintindihan ng aming komunidad, may tatlo kaming agenda dito sa whole university approach. Ang unang-una, education and research for sustainable development and formation that promote the restoration and integrity of creation. Ito na ang umaabot sa curriculum. Lahat ng mga courses na kinukuha ng mga estudyante, merong component na sinabi ko sa taas. Talagang interdisciplinary ang approach. Maraming mga kurso sa De La Salle University ang tinatawag na service learning. Ang mga estudyante ay naghahanap ng mga solusyon sa real-life problems. At kung titingnan natin, lahat ng kanilang pinipili ay solusyonan ang mga SDGs. Ang ikalawang agenda ay sustainable green campuses and operations, including sustainable finance and investment. At ang ikatlo, climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. Yung mga estudyante, may estudyante kami sa De La Salle, Zobel, mga grade 4 or grade 5, naglalakad ako, tapos tinatanong nila, brother, saang gawayang collar ninyo? Baka iba sa inyo ano ba yan suot-suot ni brother? Ito ang tinatawag na raba. At ito yung nag-differentiates us sa ibang religious congregations. So, meron kami nito. Nung sinabi ko sa kanila, ito'y gawa ng plastic. Sabi ng bata, brother, bawal na ang plastic sa munting lupa. So, alam natin na conscious na ang mga kabataan ngayon. So, bibigyan ko kayo ng tatlong halimbawa na ginagawa namin yung whole university approach. May nagbigay sa yung national artist, si F. Shonil Jose, nagbigay sa aming library ng kanyang mga libro at archival materials para may center kami ng F. Shonil Jose sa aming library. Hindi namin nalaman na habang tumatagal, yung corner ng library yun, tinatamaan ng init na umaabot ng 40 degrees Celsius. At kung matitira doon yung mga books at articles, hindi siya tatagal. Ngayon, yung library people, campus development, facilities management, mga researchers, at saka isang team sa physics department nakagawa ng nano-coat anti-heat solution which has anti-infrared and antibacterial properties na mas mura pa sa commercial tinting. Kaya nagamit namin ito, nalagay namin doon sa fasilidad na yon. At ngayon, itong na-research nitong team sa physics department, may patent na, inaasahan namin ma-commercialize at maging isang microchip startup. Ang ikalawang problema ay ang traffic build-up doon sa DLSU Laguna campus, hindi sa Taft. Sa Taft talagang matraffic dyan. Pero sa Laguna campus, 50 hectares yan. Pero nagta-traffic pa rin dun sa integrated school kasi hatid sundo ang mga bata. So sa umaga at sa hapon nagta-traffic. So ang student, mga nag-collaborate dito, yung student affairs, research, campus sustainability units, health, security, at meron kaming experts sa transport mobility galing sa manufacturing engineering. So, nag-improve yung traffic flows and meron ngayon kaming nagawang sustainable and inclusive mobility plan. Sana ma-share namin ito sa BGC kasi ang traffic dito ay grabeng-grabe. At mas magiging mas masama ang EDSA pag ginawa na ang Guadalupe Bridge. At ang ikatlong example ay ang aming research center sa Lian, Batangas. May mga problema yung mga mangrove trees at saka yung illegal na pangingisda at ang namamatay na mga corals. By the way, ngayong hapon nakatanggap ako ng balita na yung oil tanker na may fuel na umaabot na ngayon sa Batangas. Kasama ng mga researchers namin, mga estudyante, LGU, at saka yung tinatawag na kabataan nila na Coastal Scouts, nakadevelop kami ng Coastal Research Management Program na nagbigay ng alternatibong livelihood sa mga mangingisda at nakatulong sa pagpapalakas ng coral reefs at saka nakatulong sila sa komunidad. Meron pa kaming mas malaking proyekto na ginagawa kasama ng iba't ibang mga pamantasan sa iba't ibang mga lugar. Ito ang tinatawag namin na SDG City Hub. So kasama ng LGU, kasama ng mga estudyante, researchers, sa iba't ibang mga pamantasan, gumagawa kami ng model at template para i-localize yung 17 SDGs. Hindi madali ang ating ginagawa. Iba't iba ang ating wika, iba't iba ang ating kultura. Ngunit, iisa tayong pamilya. Tayo'y kapamilya, kapuso, mga kapatid, gawa ng isang Diyos. At sinasabi nga ni Pope Francis sa Laudato Si, ito ang ating common home. Kaya kailangan tayo magkaisa, magkaunawaan. At sa pamamagitan nito, makakamit natin ang ating adhikain ng mas magandang mundo at mas magandang lipunan at kalikasan. At saka sinabi ng aming founder, na si St. John Baptist, iba pala, meron pa akong 2 slides. Gusto kong ipakita na since 1919, nung kami ay nakisali na sa partnership ng ACEN RES, bumababa na ang gastos namin sa electricity. Okay? And then, naka-receive kami o nakatanggap kami ng certificate from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Certified Emission Reduction. Bumaba ang electricity consumption namin to 3,926.11, leading to 2,034 metric tons of CO2 emissions saved. So kung tayo ay nagkakaisa, marami tayong magagawa para sa ating lipunan at para sa ating mundo. At sa sinabi ni St. John Baptist de la Salle, union in a community is like a precious gem. When that is lost, all is lost. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat.
Magandang gabi po, Brother Bernie, at maraming salamat sa inyong presentasyon. Alam nyo, isinasabuhay po ni Brother Bernie at ang DLSU ang isang dasal na tinuro sa amin ni Eric Francia sa Lasal. At anong dasal yan? O Diyos ko, inaalay ko ang lahat ng gawain ko alang-alang sa pag-ibig ko sa iyo. So again, maraming salamat, animo sa iyo, Brother Bernie, at sa komunidad ng De La Salle, Christian Brothers at ng University. Now, for all those who joined us recently, we've had some truly, truly inspiring presentations, and we have 2 more inspiring speakers to come. As our speakers have done, while having a plan and setting goals is very important, we really won't move the needle unless we all take concrete action. We can all build our little heaven here on earth with a little bit of prayer and a ton of determination. We can all be heroes for the environment. Let's please welcome back on stage the ACEN chorale with the multi-hyphenate singer, triathlete, and actress, El Ada. Let's please give them a round of applause.
Let's have a little fun, shall we? We can hide away in daylight. We go undercover, wait out the sun. Got a secret side in plain sight. Where the streets are empty, that's where we run. Everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. I know you hear me now. We are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be heroes. Ooh. We could be heroes. Me and you. We could be heroes. We could be heroes. Me and you. We could be. Anybody's got the power. They don't see it 'cause they don't understand. Spin around and run for hours. You and me, we got the world in our hands. Everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. I know you hear me now. We are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be heroes. We could be heroes. Me and you. We could be heroes. We could be heroes. Me and you. We could be. All we're looking for is love and a little light. Love and a little light. We could be. All we're looking for is love and a little light. Love and a little light. We could be heroes. We could be heroes. Me and you. We could be. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is the place on earth. They say in heaven, love comes first. We'll make heaven a place on earth. Ooh, heaven is the place on When the night falls down, I wait for you to come around, and the world's alive with the sound of kids on the street outside. When you walk into the room, you pull me close and we start to move, and we're spinning with the stars above, and you lift me up in a wave of love. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh,
the ACEN Choral. Wow, I did not realize that being able to perform on stage is a job requirement sa ACEN. Grabe daming pasabog ni Eric Francia. Eric Francia, thank you for the birthday treat. We are looking forward to your performance also here on stage at the end of this summit. Again, thank you so much. One more round of applause, please, to the ACEN Chorale. What a great performance from all of them. Now, to further whet our appetite right before dinner for our appetite for sustainability, let's listen to the story of a company whose products are literally in millions of Filipinos' homes. That is the journey of Ajinomoto, from a single product company to a household name synonymous with umami meals. Now we shall learn more about its food, wellness, and better lives for the future program, showcasing how it has adapted to evolve with preferences, with nutrition without compromise through the power of amino acids. Gain valuable insights on their success, which was primarily driven by continuous product innovation, a commitment to sustainability with 100%, again, 100% renewable energy and a dedication to social responsibility. Let's all learn about Ajinomoto's recipe for success with their Chief Sustainability Officer of Ajinomoto Philippines Corporation. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ernesto Carlos.
Good evening, everyone. I think that was very high energy production number. So before I start my presentation, I'd like to thank ACEN management for inviting us to share our sustainability journey. But before that, I'd like to make mention about our topic for today, which is very important and in consonance with today's theme. This is co-creating a sustainable future. But before that, please allow me to introduce our company, the Ajinomoto Group. We are about more than 34,000 employees located in 36 countries and regions around the world. And we have about 115 extensive research in amino acid. And we would like to leverage our business in terms of accelerating our business through the strength of amino science. And focusing on that, we would like to ensure and work on the 4 areas in healthcare, food and wellness, in green, and also ICT or information communication technology. We have about 117 plants across the globe, and majority are situated in Asia. And the rest of the world, we have also in Europe and Africa, and also in North and Latin America. But here in the Philippines, we are called Ajinomoto Philippines Corporation, and we just celebrated our 65th anniversary, and we continue to provide with a quality and good products for our local consumers. Before I proceed to my topics, I'd like to mention also about the Ajinomoto Group message on sustainability. For Ajinomoto, sustainability is very important aspect of our business operation. Our business operation have created a major impact in the environment. We do not deny that. We admit it. And this area, as similar to what was presented earlier by Kantar, we are considering climate change as our number 1. And second is in terms of sustainability of food resources, biodiversity conservation, and also in the realization of our circular economy. Our core principles in doing business define our 2030 outcome of reducing our environmental impact and contributing to the people's health and wellness. In 2030, we would like to realize 50% reduction of our environmental impact, and also in terms of nutrition, we would like to help extend the business or the life expectancy of 1 billion people. In Ajinomoto, we have our 2030 group sustainability goals, which are focusing or anchored on 4 aspects. The first is in terms of greenhouse gas reduction. This is the utilization of renewable or clean energy in our operation. Second is in terms of food loss and waste. This is across all our value stream. And also sustainable procurement. No? That means we source only raw materials from certifiable, sustainable suppliers. And the fourth one is the net zero or zero plastic by 2030. To give on the details, I'd like to read this. No? As the global movement towards sustainable and equitable development accelerates, companies are faced with the challenge of adopting their own sustainable initiative. We at Ajinomoto Philippines Corporation, guided by our Ajinomoto Creating Shared Value principles, we see this as an opportunity to foster environmental stewardship among Filipinos to build a sustainable community. But what is sustainable community? From us, we're saying that building sustainable communities is being equated to co-creating an ecosystem for inclusive development. We have here our 5 sustainability pillars, and I'd like to start with consensus nutrition. We are dedicated in advocating for healthy dietary habits and proper nutrition. We have launched several projects or programs like the Bawasin. Bawasin is short for Bawas Asin. We know for a fact that right now, non-communicable diseases, hypertension, obesity is very prevalent nowadays. And this one, Bawasin, encourages reduction of sodium intake. And secondly is I Love Vegelicious, which advocates for increased vegetable consumption in our daily meals. I believe you are seeing Ms. Marian Rivera and her daughter Zia in our TV commercial. Next is conscious sourcing. We maintain 100% compliance in sourcing materials that has certification in terms of Forest Stewardship Council for papers and also for palm oil, the Roundtable on Sustainability for Palm Oil certificates. Our main focus is to continue expanding our efforts in procuring materials with sustainable certification. For circular economy, last January 8, 2024, we have created something like, or launched in 2022, we launched the Ajinomoto paper pack. So that's 45 grams. This is the first paper pack in seasoning, seasoning paper pack that was in 2022, we launched. And also we are doing some down gauging of plastic packaging and also transitioning to recyclable monomaterials. We have partnered with 4 waste diverters in order to process our post-consumer waste, and we have collaborated also with feed processing facilities in terms of utilizing or converting our food waste into an agricultural waste so that we can achieve our 100% food waste utilization. One of our flagship program in terms of collaborative development is the Sari Cycle. Sari Cycle is a community-based plastic collection system which incentivizes the proper collection and segregation of waste. Last January 8, 2024, we have launched this together with the local government of Quezon City and also our partner Basic Environmental Services, and in partnership also with the waste diverters. This is an activity to make the solid waste management more accessible while empowering Filipino micro-enterprises, specifically the sari-sari store owners. So to give you more details about the Sari Cycle, please allow me to show you the video.
The problem of plastic pollution has been a growing concern around the world for the past several decades. That's why Ajinomoto Philippines Corporation launched Sari Cycle, a program that involves the community in reducing the country's plastic waste. Through the Sari Cycle program, store owners participate in a reward system aimed at managing plastic waste by collecting single-use plastics from their customers. Sorry store owners, or sorry cyclers, receive environmental points for every kilogram of plastic collected, which can be used to purchase basic necessities at partner establishments, while also receiving additional Ajinomoto product incentives. Collected plastics are deposited to waste processing centers to prevent them from ending up in the environment. The plastics are then processed to be turned into upcycled materials, or used as feedstock for co-processing in the manufacturing of cement. Together with Ajinomoto Philippines Corporation, let's work towards sustainable living and care for the environment. Join us in co-creating sustainable communities.
Sorry. But, and lastly, the most important one is in terms of climate action. Let me inform you that last 2022, one of our factory in Bulacan installed 1 megawatt capacity of solar panels. No? But there is still a gap. And to bridge that gap, we have partnered with ACEN RES to attain 100% clean energy in our Bulacan. And I would like to make mention, shout out to Miss Eli Jacob Cabato for the very untiring support during the time of transition. And we are currently discussing another project in the Visayas. So these are our sustainability pillars that guide us in creating sustainable communities. But before I end my presentation, I would like to leave this message. To achieve our goals, collaboration with like-minded organizations is essential. We invite our colleagues and key industry players in joining us in working towards a sustainable future. Again, from Ajinomoto Philippines Corporation, this is Ernie Carlos. Thank you very much and magandang gabi sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ernie Carlos, for sharing with us your sustainability pillars, hopefully something we can also replicate in our own businesses as well as we build sustainable and resilient food systems here in the country. Truly an umami solution that you shared with us here on stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our last, but certainly not the least speaker. He is an engineer by profession, but his daily grind involves managing hundreds of premier properties all over the country. Let's learn from him how this leading property management company implements data-driven strategies to optimize energy use, integrate renewable energy sources, and effectively manage a diverse portfolio of over 200 properties. How can we employ a similar approach in our own manufacturing facilities and businesses? Let's find out from the Chief Operating Officer of the Ayala Property Management Corporation. Please welcome on stage, Engineer Michael Magpusal.
Thank you. Good evening, good evening. After hearing all the thought leaders about strategy, risk assessment, transformation, we would like to end this conference by ensuring how do we execute. So my topic is all about execution. Sustainability is so large. Let me start with net zero commitment. So in this stage, you will see a lot, all our leaders, collective will to commit to sustainability, specifically net zero. From Ayala Corporation, Ayala Land, and to our president from APMC, they are all committed, not only internally, but publicly on sustainability. So from that commitment, how can we execute on the ground? So Ayala Corporation specifically assigned or identify what are the things each group needs to focus. For Ayala Land, obviously, carbon emission reduction, ACEN, renewable energy generation, BPI, renewable energy funding, and Globe, because of the large footprint of portfolio also, is carbon emission. So these are strategic approach, no? And this example is actually how can you create a big value chain by collaboration, intergroup within Ayala Corporation. This is just one of the example on the electric vehicle value chain. But again, our focus is from strategic, from Ayala Corporation, how can we do that for Ayala Land? So obviously, our focus is from strategic direction to execution and what to focus on. First, we need to understand what are the portfolio. So presently, Ayala Land is operating around 540 different operating units cutting across the different type of development. Then, so we understand the portfolio, what do we need to do in terms of the different scope? Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. But for the purpose of this presentation, we will definitely focus on one specific, energy management. Although sustainability is all about converting our electricity source into green energy, but our focus is to simply go beyond just the conversion to RE, but ensuring business operation viability, similar to what VPI and all the thought leaders mentioned to us. How can we make sustainability operationally viable too? Again, being the property management arm of Ayala Land, we are also, by default, the energy management arm of Ayala Land. So going back to engineering, energy in equals to energy out, whatever energy we're inputting to operation, we cannot get 100% output. Obviously, there will be losses. And those losses are opportunities for improvement. So specifically for APMC, we are actually operating around 460 buildings and projects or 279 managed properties with around 1.8 trillion asset value across the country. Cutting across from residential to commercial to estate. And what needs to be done? First, we need to ground ourselves. What are the things we need to avoid with regards to energy management? Let's focus on application of new technology without viability. So when we implement something, we need to ensure there is viability. We cannot just be trapped on spontaneous decision or lured by a good sales pitch by the different technology being offered to us. Or whatever happening in the US or in Japan might be applicable, but we need some tweaking for the Philippine setup. Too high-tech, sometimes too good to be true. Then, energy management can be as simple as possible or can be a pioneering, as simple as changing the bulb, as simple as changing the process. On a weekend, why do we need to operate all the elevators? During rainy season, why do we need to run all the chillers? So we need to focus on process, or sometimes we need to ensure common sense. If the change in temperature or if the occupancy is really low in the morning, why not adjust based on the operation? Or can be a practical technology. Sometimes we are intertwining or mixing practical technology versus new technology. To us, practical technology means these are the technology that had been proven in the industry. While modern technology like BMS, AI, or cutting edge, pioneering, nanotechnology, robotics that we can use for operation. So these are some variations of energy management we can apply to real life. Then, sometimes because of management or because of financial, because of P&L pressure, we mix what is energy conservation and energy management. Sometimes you increase the temperature, but that is not energy management. That is actually, in Filipino, that's enercon without aircon. what we really need is actually energy management. Delivering the same comfort, the same service by injecting engineering intervention. So in this sample, you will see that in the ASRE guidelines, the efficiency of our HVAC system, by the way, we keep on focusing HVAC because 60% of our electricity bill is actually all about HVAC. And Ayala land consumes 9.8 billion of electricity pesos every year. So those are opportunities for improvement. So how do we execute? After understanding strategy, after knowing what needs to be done, how do we execute? Obviously, from Ayala Corp top-down or collective will, we need to have a top-down approach on the site level. So we created accountability on the site level. So from housekeeping, security, and engineers on the ground, they are accountable. So they must be part of the team. Then after establishing top-down approach, we need to influence. So say Ayala Property is more focused on operation. Say MDC is really focused on construction, while each business unit, Alveo, ALP, Ayala Malls, are actually focused on business numbers. So we need to influence end-to-end because it will be hard or harder to rectify when the design is already a challenge. So you need to influence the design so that you can optimize the gain on operation and focus on what needs to be done. First wave, easy to implement, best practices. Second wave, engineering intervention. And the third wave is actually the cutting edge or the pioneering approach. Then, establishing the process. We already need to understand what to approach. We need to be consistent across the process because, say, APMC is managing across the country or Ayala Land is operating across the country. How can one area is doing good on something and it is not being cascaded across the country? We need to agree on certain process like ISO 5001 or other. APMC is actually certified by 4 ISO. Then we need to measure because sometimes we are too excited to implement things but we forget to measure success. Remember, engineering is exact science. Anything that you cannot measure is most contestable. So this is the process that we implement. So we start with benchmarking. Then after benchmarking, we implement a project, whether it's a best practices, engineering intervention, or R&D. Then after implementation, we go back to the cycle. We need to validate whether the efficiency is achieved. Rather than we simply say, oh, we implement variable speed drive, but did it really helps in terms of efficiency? Happy to share that CBEX is actually the US standard, kilowatt per square meter per year. This is the ASEAN standard, and this is where the different Ayala buildings is actually standing on. So you will see, it's not an overnight effort. It's actually a full 10 years, 45 years. APMC is already 45 years. 45 years effort of establishing energy management across the country. So, meaning to say, you need to benchmark yourself not only locally, but you need to benchmark yourself globally. So that you can say, okay, we are already efficient, but after you mention you are already efficient, you need to interject the pioneering like nanotechnology because we cannot just stop on energy management. So these are sample of the best practices, commonly tested ways, process, and technology. These are some of the engineering intervention. High efficiency motor, variable speed drive, okay, and the different engineering interventions. But let's not stop on the new technology. Let's also focus on strategic alliance. Two sample of strategic alliance is actually out-of-the-box partnership. Right now, we are doing a lot of ESCO. What is ESCO? It's actually cooling as a service. Traditionally, when you develop a building, you shoulder the capex for the air conditioning, you shoulder the operating expense for the air conditioning. But there are already cooling as a service, or ESCO, Energy Service Company, that will invest capex, that will invest operation, and they will commit tariff to you. So you will only pay whatever you consume at reasonable tariff. So this is sample, no? Across 5 years, we were able to save or avoid 1.1 billion capex for the different 5 DCS plants, and around 0.2 billion, 1 billion operating expense because of the lower operating cost. Then, ACEN. So, focus on what the government is opening. Especially, government continue to open the contestable market. It started with 1 megawatt, 750, then 500 kilowatt. Now, we are already focusing on 100 kilowatt, which is the GEOP. That's why we are strategically partnering with ACEN. Some key achievements, some more few slides. As we mentioned, we are efficient because we need to be efficient, because we are consuming 6.5 billion of electricity every year. Our total capacity is 867 mega kilowatt hour or billion kilowatt hour. So year on year, these are some of the sample savings. Across 5 years, you will see at the bottom box is around 1.3 billion because of the different initiatives. This simply proves that sustainability will help the bottom line. As mentioned by PBI, Ayala Land is also venturing on green loan, because green loan provides a better interest rate compared to the traditional loan. Then lastly, because of the different initiatives, our peers locally and globally, IFMA, ISO, and other peers on property and facility management really recognize Ayala Land in terms of the leader in energy management and sustainability. That's all on our end. Thank you very much, and we hope you learned something.
Again, thank you so much, Engineer, for sharing the best practices of APMC. I'm sure that hopefully you can collaborate with our other partners here as well, and our other businesses to help them as well in implementing sustainability practices at the same time. Now, these past 2 hours flew by so fast. A lot of great insights here today. And the good news is the excitement continues with another highlight of our event here today. Later during the cocktails, ACEN RES will announce 3 winners of an overnight stay with buffet breakfast for 2 at an Ayala Hotel. Palakpakan naman dyan. Thank you so much, ACEN, and to the Ayala Hotels. And to join the raffle, just scan the QR code on the menu card on your table. I'll give you a few minutes or a few seconds. Take a look at your menu card on your tables. Please scan the QR code and send us your feedback on this event. And just a little reminder, you have to be physically present over here to be able to win in our live raffle draw. Now, dear guests, when 2 companies share a vision for responsible and sustainable business practices, a truly powerful partnership emerges. Recognizing this kind of collaboration is essential. But how do we celebrate such a commitment? Or as they say colloquially, how do you put a ring on it? Tonight, ACEN RES is thrilled to formally unveil our Powered by Renewable Energy badge. This badge is a symbol of partnership that specifically recognizes those businesses that choose renewable energy and in so doing, join ACEN in leading the charge in the renewables revolution here in the country. Mga kaibigan, please watch this. And as we shared in our video, the ACEN RES badge powered by renewable energy is the first of its kind symbol here in the country and recognition of different companies here, a tangible way of communicating to our stakeholders your commitment to sustainability through truly renewable energy. By the way, this is exclusive to all of our ACEN RES partners. So again, hopefully we get to see all of you having your very own ACEN RES badge and joining us here on stage. And now to receive the ACEN RES powered by renewable energy badge on behalf of their respective companies, all of whom are powered by 100% renewable energy from ACEN RES. Let's please call on stage our powered by renewable energy badge recipients. And on behalf of their companies, the recipients of our badge, we call on stage our good friends from SGV and Company, represented by its chairman and managing partner, Mr. Wilson Tan. We are joined by our friends from the Bank of the Philippine Islands, represented by their sustainability head, Ms. Joanne Ayala. We have our friends from Ajinomoto Philippines Corporation, represented by their Chief Sustainability Officer, Mr. Ernie Carlos. From De La Salle University, their President, Brother Bernie Oka, FSC. Please welcome Golden ABC Incorporated, represented by their Corporate Communications Manager, Ms. Georgia Martelino. And let's welcome on stage our friends from the Bank of the Philippine Islands, represented by their Sustainability Head, Ms. Joanne Ayala. Please please welcome Ayala Property Management Corporation with their President and CEO, Mr. Laurent Lamasuta. Congratulations to all those holding our ACEN RES badges here on stage. We will also give now a special plaque of appreciation to our guest speakers from Kantar Philippines and Schneider School for sharing their valuable insights with us in today's summit. Please welcome on stage from Kantar Philippines, Mr. J.V. Villabrosa. We are also joined by our representative from the Schneider School, Ms. Anha de Foucault. And bravo to all of our speakers and our badge holders. May we please welcome here back on stage Mr. Jaime Urquijo and Mr. Miguel De Jesus for our photo opportunity with our speakers and the recipient of our ACEN RES badges. And once more, one more round of applause, please. Thank you so much to all of our speakers and all of our badge holders. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your insight for all of us. I'm sure the room was enthralled by all the great presentations and have now very practical ways of implementing sustainability in their own respective businesses. Now, behind the success of ACEN is a force that has helped transform the Philippine economy for more than 100 years now. Then and now, the Ayala Group has made it its mantra to build its businesses for the greater good of the country. To help address the Philippines' growing need for power, for example, the Ayala Group established ACEN, which now leads the charge in the renewables energy revolution here in the Philippines and globally. And now, another revolution is gaining momentum in the country, and that is the rise of the electric vehicles. Once again, the Ayala Group is at the forefront of this transformation with AC Mobility. And to tell us more about this, let's please give a round of applause to the ACEN Director and the President and Chief Executive Officer of AC Mobility. Please welcome here on stage, Mr. Jaime Alfonso Zobel de Ayala.
Thank you for that. Good evening to everyone. You know, RJ, I almost had a heart attack earlier when you said that there was going to be a raffle ongoing. I didn't know if it would be BYD cars or if it was something related to another part of the portfolio. It's happy that we have some prizes today. But unfortunately, that disappoints one man in the room, the birthday man himself, Mr. Eric Francia. I'd like to acknowledge that it's his birthday again tonight. Eric, thanks for throwing us such a great birthday party. And I promise you, although we don't have the raffle on tonight, I'll work with all the partners here in the room to make sure that they get what they need. Before starting the presentation, I did want to also acknowledge all the speakers who spoke earlier today and gave their stories about their sustainability journey. Mr. Bonar Lareto from SGV, J.V. Villabrosa from Kantar, Joanne Ayala from BPI, Anha de Foucault from Schneider, Ernie Carlos from Ajinomoto, Brian Liu from Golden ABC, Mike Magpusao from APMC, and of course, brother Bernard Oca from De La Salle University. Thank you all for sharing your stories, sharing how you're contributing to this journey together, and sharing best practices on how we can think about our own strategies ourselves. I'd also like to acknowledge the REENA awardees and all the valued partners from ACEN tonight. Thank you so much for being partners with our group and working together to solve some of these big problems. I am the last presentation that you have tonight, and I'm very likely going to be the shortest. I'm going to make sure that I get straight to the point as I move along. But to start, just to reintroduce myself, my name is Jaime Alfonso. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of AC Mobility, which is the mobility solutions arm of the Ayala Group. You know, today was really helpful for a group like ours. We are very interested to hear all the journeys that you guys are going on, the problems that you'd like to solve with regards to your sustainability roadmaps. And something that we've been noticing, and I hope you know, we can align with everyone here tonight, is that mobility is a big part of the solution. I know from at least a national perspective, there's broad goals which we could talk about, but also from a business perspective, the kind of environment that we're in right now is demanding a lot of efficiencies, and fuel inflation, although hard to predict over the long term, can contribute to increasing in the costs of running the businesses. And so what I really hope, the main point that I get across to all of you tonight is really a couple of main points. First, I wanted to talk briefly about how AC Mobility can be an example of how there can be new high growth segments in the sustainability economy that grow the pie of the whole market and contribute to value overall. That's the first point. And second, one that I alluded to previously as well, is that I hope you can see AC Mobility now as one component of the Ayala portfolio that can really help you on your track towards your sustainability goals. Of course, AC Energy is a big part of that. We've heard from Mike a lot of the initiatives that they're doing at Ayala Land. Of course, BPI as well with the aggressive financing options. But what I hope resonates as well is that there are mobility solutions right now within the Ayala portfolio that can help contribute to your goals. A little bit more on the story of AC Mobility and why we feel it's a good example of a decarbonization initiative that is creating broad value in the economy. Every year or so at the Ayala Group, we evaluate the relevance of our portfolio to the changing dynamics of the economy and changing consumer behaviors in the local market. And every time we evaluate the portfolio and we look at where to allocate capital, where to double down on, and perhaps to grow in new directions, we always evaluate those opportunities relative to the core purpose, the corporate purpose of Ayala Corp. That corporate purpose is really it defines the kind of outcomes we would like to see when the portfolio is doing what it should be doing. And Ayala's core purpose is that we build businesses that enable people to thrive. And what that means is that whenever we look at new opportunities, or when we're checking the relevance of the existing businesses we have in the portfolio, we need to make sure that it's solving a big national scalable problem, first and foremost. And secondly, it involves a business model that is cognizant about how it's affecting all the stakeholders in the value chain, not just the shareholders. And as I'd mentioned, we've gone through that process every year or so with the Ayala portfolio, and we had evaluated the mobility space. We had a very traditional automotive business for distribution and dealerships within the Ayala portfolio, but we frankly saw that segment changing a lot. If you looked at some of the global, sort of the more developed markets around the world, these changes in the mobility landscape are happening at an accelerating pace. And what we really saw there was a confluence of two things. which told us it could be really attractive for us to enter this area. On one hand, we saw a lot of government support, regulatory support to position ourselves for this transition. If you look at even the ASEAN markets, even our own here in the Philippines, there are the beginnings of a fundamental framework to enable the broad transition of electric mobility throughout the ecosystem. So that was one component that was giving us a lot of confidence. And second was that we noticed customer behaviors were changing. The proposition for a developing market like the Philippines for mobility has been one where you provide a low upfront cost as in the form of a sticker price, but then over the life cycle or the ownership of the vehicle, you do have to incur the costs of servicing it, and you're also indebted to the fuel inflation costs that happen naturally in an economy. And those costs for the consumer are quite heavy here in the Philippines. It's eroding too much of the consumer's wallet. And battery electric vehicles, new electric vehicle technology, we felt was such an important product because it solved so many problems at once. On one hand, this kind of technology helps contribute significantly to those government goals, particularly on decarbonization. And secondly, it provides the kind of value that we think customers are searching for in the mobility space. There's a lot of components that dictate how a customer moves to this kind of technology. But the most compelling one that we see with new energy vehicles is the efficiency. I've been noticing that's a key word in a lot of the former presentations. And that's what this product provides to the end consumer and also businesses, business owners like yourselves. It's a much more efficient technology. Your peso goes further with a new energy vehicle because of the way that the technology is structured. And so I wanted to talk a little bit more detail about how we see those opportunities and how we see this kind of product helping those those interests. From a government standpoint, any national agenda for sustainability has to include transportation. The Philippines, in particular, this problem is quite stark. When you look at the contribution of the transportation sector to greenhouse gas emissions, it is significant. It's about 34% of the country's emissions. So what does that tell you? That tells us that if you want to solve this problem and show progress on a national scale of reducing emissions, you have to attack the transportation sector. You have to work to make sure that that segment is decreasing their emissions over time. And there's a lot of variety, obviously, in the transportation segment, from commercial vehicles to passenger. But overall, in order to be able to meet those targets, you have to have a solution in the mobility landscape. That's very exciting for us because we really feel that battery electric vehicles can be a big part of that. It's also worth noting that these are not just targets for target's sake, right? This is really about creating value, about increasing the pie. And the ancillary benefits to this on a national scale cannot be ignored. One of the studies that we've seen, at least in the AC mobility front, is that up to 11% of total deaths in the country can be attributed to the exposure for air pollution, right? That's what we're talking about. It's solving so many problems at once. Reducing that, even eliminating it completely in certain areas, could drastically have a positive impact on the overall population health. So from a government standpoint, from a national scale standpoint, mobility and transportation are significant contributors to GHG emissions, and this new technology for new age vehicles, particularly battery electric vehicles, solve that directly. You know, another key component that again I had mentioned before is worth talking about is the benefits that it gets to the end user, both a retail customer and business owners like yourselves. The total cost of ownership which is really how we feel you should view the costs of the vehicle. It's not just the sticker price, but it's what happens as you use it over time. They are much cheaper than their comparable internal combustion engine vehicles. We've done our own studies together with the Automotive Association of the Philippines to certify that, at least in our models, the BYD Dolphin and Atto 3, two of the highest volume models we have in our portfolio, can save up to 70% of operating costs over 5 years. You know, that is, you know, really it's a tremendous number from a retail perspective for a large part of the population. But what I think is really interesting is to also to view that from a business perspective. If you have large fleets, if you have a significant logistics operations, and you need mobility to be able to make your business move or operate, electric vehicles, new age electric vehicles, can provide a cost-saving solution directly already. And that to us is another component that makes this a very compelling high growth segment. You know, it is also worth noting, right, that there's an experience aspect to this technology which also can't be ignored, because that is also what helps increase the value proposition of the customer. Mobility is a very deeply personal experience. On average, Filipinos in urban areas spend about 2 hours a day on the road. Fleets have drivers that are mobile for 8 to 12 hours at a time. And battery electric vehicles have improved significantly to support these kind of demands. The EVs in our portfolio, Kia and BYD, feature ranges over 400 kilometers on a single charge. And the vehicles come equipped with the highest safety standards. And for our partner BYD, their history has been one of the largest battery manufacturers in the world. And finally, it's worth noting that the ride is quite smooth, quiet, and enjoyable. And in order to support the demand for the product itself, we also need to develop an infrastructure that helps reduce the range anxiety of our customers and the businesses that we serve. And that's also another important part of the sustainability story. We have started building our charging infrastructure network across the country. Right now, we have a network of over 70 charging points in 31 locations. By the end of the year, we have a goal of powering 100 charging locations with EV charging by the end of the year. Now, that's important because as you're consuming power as a resource for the car, typically these charging stations consume it from the grid, which at this point in time is a majority powered by coal. What we hope to do over time, and the proposition we'd like to make to you as business owners, is that we can leverage our relationships with AC Energy to develop a fully green charging network so that your entire mobility experience is completely green, from the point of purchase to throughout the entire usage. And we will work with you, hopefully, to develop that proposition by putting the infrastructure in places that's convenient and that enables your business to save money and continue to move forward. It's also worth noting, I think, that taking on the hat of being a new sustainable or decarbonization strategy that wants to demonstrate its developing value in the economy, it does come with risks. You have to deploy capital first. In many cases, you have to take the responsibility of educating both the retail consumer and the business consumers. But I think what we're finding here is that those risks are really paying off. We're finding tremendous growth in EV penetration here in the country. We feel that we're on track to reach our goals a couple of years ahead. And we're also finding that the main proposition of efficiency is very compelling on its own. And so although there are some initial risks from taking that first step, creating the model, educating the consumer, One of the big buzzwords that we keep hearing about is the inflection point that a lot of these sustainability strategies have. And right now, from what we're seeing, is we are charging forward, and we feel very confident that we're going to reach that inflection point relatively soon. And so, you know, again, I wanted to communicate our main point that AC Mobility is really just one example of how we've taken a pain point in sustainability and saw it as a real compelling business opportunity. It's an exciting journey, but it's one where we're hearing a lot of stories and a lot of great feedback. If I can share just one story that we've had, we've been working with some well-renowned TVNS companies, some taxi companies here locally, whose drivers depend on this efficiency of the technology. I can't say specifically who it is, but one of the larger players here, when working with their drivers, the efficiency metrics have been coming through. They're able to keep their pricing resilient, and it seems like consumers are enjoying this technology better than the alternatives. And so, you know, I lay that out as an example that, you know, although we're taking these initial steps, and I think what we had discussed earlier is that it might be even the early part of this broad sustainability mandates, the results are coming through, and we're really, really encouraged with it. And as all of you, as a wrap-up, as all of you embark on your own journeys, I just wanted to encourage a couple of key things. First, again, it's reiterating the point that pursuing sustainability in operations is not just a cost component, but it's really about developing value in the segment itself. And second is that I would encourage all of you to keep your eyes open on these opportunities. You have trusted partners within the Ayala portfolio which can help you with that. If you have a large power-consuming business that has significant logistics requirements, mobility needs, financing, I'm sure, is a part of that story. Of course, real estate as well. There are a set of solutions in our portfolio that we're very eager to work with you guys on. And so I just wanted to end by saying I'm incredibly excited from where we are on this journey. It's incredible that we are expanding our partnership base at the rate that we are. And I think that's an indication that many people are seeing the value in these kind of partnerships, and hopefully we can solve more problems together. Thank you all very much for your time tonight, and I wish everyone a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jazz. I think tonight all of us are sold on the BYD. You said that it's a smooth, quiet, and enjoyable ride. So does that mean that tonight we'll be raffling off a BYD, or we will be raffling off a test drive? Care of Eric Francia for his birthday. Eric, thank you so much for the birthday treat. We really appreciate it. But again, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Again, the key messages of Jazz is that, you know, let's be open to the idea of sustainability, developing value in our own companies, and to please work with the Ayala Group for their different portfolios which can sustain or support your sustainability options. So again, thank you so much, Jazz. Let's give him one more round of applause. And thanks so much to ACEN, AC Mobility, and the rest of the Ayala Group. Now, because it's the birthday of Eric Francia, and of course we're celebrating this here today, ACEN Res has a special surprise in store for all of you here today. Let's turn up the house lights a bit so people can enjoy this special surprise. Can we turn up the house lights just a bit? Thank you so much. Okay, for all of you, my friends, please check the sides of your chairs and you might find a lucky yellow star. So go and check the sides of your chairs for a yellow star. And if you are one of our 37 lucky winners, please stand up and show us your star. Proudly display your star. Because you'll be going home with a prize. Just stand up if you find the star. So just stand up. Our AC Res representatives are going around. Just stand up so we can find you. And you're going home with the prize. Meron na ba sa harap? Anybody here in the front? Over there in the back, Tony. Okay. Just keep on standing up. We will be giving you a prize. Just show it to our AC Res representatives. Now, If you have won and you have a star, congratulations to the winners. Please head on over to the registration table in the foyer area after the program to claim your prize. So again, if you got the star, please feel free to claim the prizes there at our registration table at the foyer area after the program. Now, as we start to wrap up with tonight's summit, first of all, I think that the presentations tonight were truly, truly world-class. And I would like to ask all of you to give one more round of applause to all our speakers. Really great insights. At the same time, we shared earlier on some hashtags of the event. I hope that they can show the hashtags here on screen because I think it's very important for us to share the key messages of our speakers. And that message is this one, that sustainability is no longer a peripheral concern, but a strategic imperative for the value-added nature of our businesses. And I'm sure we are all equally inspired here tonight to take on the challenge of climate change because its solutions are aligned with our business objectives, which is, of course, profit, people, and planet. We invite all of you, our friends here tonight, to be part of the solution. Join us as we integrate renewable energy, adopt sustainability, and choose green mobility options. It takes one to start a movement, a community like ours to make an impact, but it will take all of us to save the planet. These choices not only benefit your business, but also contribute to building a more progressive and sustainable Philippines. And to end our event on a high note and to inspire all of us to count on each other and to heal the world, to be one with the earth, with the sky, I believe it will start with the conviction of the heart. With the very talented Miro Ligot, let's please welcome back on stage the ACEN Chorale, Acapelago, Jeff Flores and El Ada. Mabuhay ang ACEN Res!
Much brighter than tomorrow. And if you
really try, you'll see that there's no need to hide in this place where there's no fear or sorrow.
There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place.
Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me.
And to dream and work and see if it will feel a joyful face. And the world we once believed will shine again in grace. Then why do we keep surrendering life for this earth crucifying soul? For it's plain to see this world is heavenly.
Because the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better
ACEN Chorale. Archipelago. Jeff Flores. El Adam. And our musical director, Gino Cruz. This has been ACEN RES Resurgence, a discovery on renewable energy, sustainability, and green mobility, and their convergence with business and the bottom line. Once again, this has been ACEN RES Resurgence. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us as our celebration is not over yet. Kindly turn and direct your attention to the rear